In compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-29-20 in response to ongoing COVID-19 outbreak, the district will conduct the Board of Education's meetings as a teleconference. Given the health risks associated with COVID-19, the Newport-Mesa Unified School District has decided not to open the boardroom to the public. Habrá interpretación al español a través del mismo enlace de Zoom. So I'm calling the regular board meeting via teleconference for November 17th, 2020. Rosie, roll call, please.
Trustee Floor?
Here.
Trustee Yelsey?
Here.
Trustee Black?
Here.
Trustee Barto?
Trustee Barto is not a panelist. She texted me.
We'll let her in shortly. Thank
Thank
you. Trustee Anderson?
Yes, here.
Trustee Snow?
Here.
Trustee Matoye?
Here.
And Mr. Lee Sung?
Here.
Okay, so, oops, somebody's coming in. Okay, so Trustee Black, would you read the community comments on closed session items?
I'll be happy to.
I can't hear her.
Trustee Black, we can't hear you.
But my mute is, I'm not on mute. Can you hear me now?
A little bit, you sound like you're
Volume?
I'm sorry, my volume.
You sound like you're in a tunnel.
Oh, well, I might have to go off and come on so someone else read it. I'll go off and come back on, so they shouldn't. I just got off on Zoom meeting.
Can't hear you, Trustee Black.
Okay, I'm getting up.
Are you going back? Is Trustee Black going back on?
Mrs. Yelsey had her hand up.
Yeah, Mrs. Yelsey, you're on mute.
No. I was just gonna, if she wasn't coming back on, I was just gonna read it.
Okay, go ahead and read it, please.
This is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items on the closed session agenda via electronically submitted comments. Each speaker has 3 minutes of comment read time, and per board policy 9323, there's a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the topic and the number of persons submitting comments. All comments are recorded in full on the meeting video record.
Great. Currently, we have 38 comments that were received. 9 of them are on item 4C, closed session, threat to public services of facilities. I think in keeping with, we have a very lengthy closed session. I would recommend that we stay with the 20-minute maximum and read as many. I think we can get through all of them, but we'll stay with the 20 minutes and read them all. So the first one is Trustee Anderson.
Yes, my comment is from Melissa Brule. I'm urging you to come up with a plan to get our children in school for a full day as soon as possible. We have at least 4 neighboring districts that have been able to safely and proactively create and execute a full day of learning for their elementary students, along with a countless number of private schools. You presented us with a full day plan back in July that we opted into, and without any communication, you cut the enrichment portion of the day. Many of us would have made other arrangements for our children's education if we would have known we would only receive 2.5 hours on campus. Our children are suffering, and I do not say this lightly. My family has only been in this district for a year, and we expected more. We expected strong leadership, a district that paved the way for others, made proactive plans, and we most certainly expected a better education. Newport-Mesa has fallen short, leaving us extremely disappointed. Several leaders in our district have referred to other districts' extended learning plans as childcare with uncredentialed teachers. This is offensive and it discredits your own curriculum because the enrichment programs include everything that used to be done in the classroom. An enrichment program would offer many additional learning and practice opportunities, creativity, and social emotional skill building. Coming home and putting a 5-year-old on an imperative SIP Zoom call that will build his foundational reading skills will never come close to being similar to classroom. Anything that is imperative to our children's foundational reading skills should be done in the classroom. I beg you to take action immediately or enrollment will continue to plunge. Parents have been patient these last several months, but we will not settle for 2.5 hours of instruction 4 days a week past the holiday season. I know our district is better than this. Please follow the lead of our neighboring districts and get our children in school for a full day. This can be done in a safe way.
Is she on yet? Oh, thank you, Trustee
I'm here.
Barker. Great, thank you.
Let me pull the comment up. One moment. Okay. I have 2 kids at Anderson Elementary in Newport Beach. I'm sorry, my comment is from Jenna Orzano. I have 2 kids at Anderson Elementary in Newport Beach. I would like to express my support to keep our schools open despite moving back to the purple tier. There have been no COVID outbreaks in any of our schools, and there is clear and adequate data stating that children do not spread this virus. Our kids need to be in school, and please do not make them suffer through another lockdown. Our children do not thrive under distance learning. Please do everything you can to keep our schools open. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Terrific.
Can you hear me now?
Is Trustee Black back on? Okay, I'll read hers. This is from Corey Anthony. It is extremely important we keep our elementary schools open. We have a plenitude of private schools who have been open full-time for months and public schools in Irvine and Orange who have been open for full days for long enough to provide a proof case that full-time open elementary schools have not been contributing to spreading COVID-19. Closing our elementary schools will have a detrimental impact to the well-being of our children, not only from an academic perspective, as our children are already behind their peers. Sorry, everything dropped off my desk. From the peers academically who have been back full time, but the emotional impact on children is far greater. Not to mention the emotional strain it puts on working parents who are unable to assist their children with their schooling from home. Furthermore, it is important we have a plan in place for opening our schools back to full time at a minimum at the same level of Irvine and Orange have been operating under. It is unfortunate that parents in our Newport-Mesa community see their counterparts in Irvine and Orange benefiting from a district with the ability to plan and execute much more efficiently than what we have been experiencing here in Newport-Mesa Unified. Is Trustee Black here? Okay, Trustee Metoyer, you want to read your 2?
Poor Mrs. Black, you're so soft we can't hear you. This first one is from Maya Wilson. Pandemic should not keep kids out of school. Newport-Mesa needs to come up with a full-time school plan and stop letting our kids down. Kids are not virus vectors. They are in masks behind glass in small groups. Let them be in school full-time. Irvine, Orange, and Capistrano school districts all have full-time options with 1/2 of the day cohort and 1/2 with science, music, PE, makerspace, etc. Can you provide our children the same? It's time to be proactive and not reactive. Come up with a plan and open full time by January. The next comment is from Jenny Barbary. I want to express how important it is we maintain our schools open. The number of staff and students are minimal that actually have COVID. As you can follow all the private schools and many of the public schools that have been opened full time, they have not had any issues. Closing our schools would hurt our children and our community. I would like to take this moment to beg of you to have a plan to open the schools back up full time after winter break. Please start now so you could actually open in January. Please do not wait till January to come up with a plan so then it is too late for the school year. This previous board has been unprepared to push the superintendent to do the right things for our children. Many of us are at our breaking point. Our children have changed so much, they don't understand why their friends are able to attend full time. As a mom, I feel I have failed by putting my trust and belief in this board. I have done so much research, and Irvine and Orange have more elementary schools than our district, but they have managed to open full time. Why haven't we? I pray that the new board members actually understand that the superintendent works for them and the community. Make him work on opening our schools. It is time to get these kids back to school full time. I am begging you. Also, please take into consideration the Costa Mesa schools where parents are not communicating with you because they simply don't know how. I know many families that have lost their jobs because of lack of full-time school for their children. They tell me they don't know how to have their voices heard. So it is not that they're okay with this either. They truly just don't know.
My comment is from Courtney Johnson. As an NMUSD parent, I would like to know the plan going forward for full-time schooling as 2021 approaches. Our elementary school has 0 recorded cases, and our second grader in particular is receiving fewer than 13 hours of instruction per week, currently 10 in person, 2.25 over Zoom.
My comment is from Tristan Close. I thank you for the opportunity to submit comments. Although Orange County just yesterday moved to the widespread purple tier of California state COVID metric, this does not, nor should it, impact in-person attendance for our children. Pursuant to direction provided by the state, schools that have reopened for in-person instruction are not required to close if their county moves back to the widespread purple tier. Pursuant to the COVID-19 and reopening in-person learning framework for K-12 schools in California for the 2020-21 school year issued by the California Department of Public Health on July 17, 2020, if the school or school district reopens to in-person instruction, but the county is later placed on the county monitoring list, then all schools should begin testing staff or increasing frequency of staff testing, but are not required to close. Moreover, a superintendent should close a school if 25% or more of schools in a district have closed due to COVID-19 within 14 days and in consultation with the local public health department. Based on the foregoing direction from the state, the Newport-Mesa schools should continue to remain open for in-person instruction for the benefit of our children. Not only should schools stay open, but the district should be working on a plan for our elementary students to be given the opportunity to attend a full day of school versus the 2.5 hours they are currently in school, like some of our neighboring districts, Irvine, Capo, Laguna Beach, Orange, etc. Newport-Mesa is now an outlier because we do not have a plan in place to offer our elementary children an option to be in school for a full day. Thank you.
My comment is from an NMUSD teacher. We were promised filters in our classrooms, but I don't know of any teacher at my site who has received their filter. The COVID dashboard is not being updated and does not reflect an accurate picture of the situation at our sites. The board shows only a couple of cases, but I personally have multiple students out with COVID, and in talking with other teachers, they also have several different students out with COVID. Students aren't 6 feet apart in the classrooms as the cohorts are too big and classrooms are too small. Attempts to keep students socially distanced in the common areas hasn't been successful. Administration makes numerous announcements that go unheeded by the students. It is clear that the COVID cases in the state, county, district, and sites are going up. The decisions made by this board have been reckless. It is clear you pushed up the date for us to return so we would be open before the full weight of the COVID cases from Halloween gatherings, students home from college, and the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday could be reported. Your decisions are irresponsible and putting the lives of employees and students at risk. Shame on you. We've heard you claim that you are acting in the best interest of the mental health of students who need to go back in order to be successful. The truth is many kids are staying home because they don't feel safe on campus. Students came one day after seeing the state of the campus, switched to online learning. After a mere 4 days, the students in the classroom, cases of COVID are up. Some people aren't properly reporting in an effort to keep us open, which further jeopardizes our safety, and those that are reporting aren't showing up on the dashboard. Teachers are being forced to choose between taking no pay to stay home safely or risk their own lives and those of their families by coming to campus. This is unacceptable. We need to return to online learning. If public facilities cannot be open due to safety concerns and rising cases, why on earth would we jeopardize the health of our students and teachers by forcing them into enclosed rooms with 20+ people at only 2 feet apart for hours? How can you sleep at night knowing what risk you're putting people at?
Can you hear me?
Just barely.
I'm sorry. I have tested everything.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read yours then. This is from a concerned parent or teacher. Parent. We just received notification that today the county has moved back into the purple tier. The response from NMUSD is that we will remain open. As an employee and a parent of students in this district, I find this unconscionable. What is it going to take for you to realize that having schools open at this time is the wrong decision? How many of us will have to get sick? Will people have to die before you come to your senses? Social distancing on campus is a joke. Students are not spaced out 6 feet in the classroom, and they don't take wearing masks seriously. Our administrators gives warnings but no consequences. This is a ticking bomb waiting to explode. Furthermore, the numbers being reported on the district dashboard are inaccurate and are not being updated properly. This is not speculation. This is fact. If you scoff at this, you are either woefully ignorant or complicit. I would venture further to suspect that the reason behind this is similar to not displaying a cumulative total on the site. If the public knew how many people in our school communities were or gotten sick, they would demand schools close. In addition, we are at a time of year when families usually spend a great deal of time together. This year, however, we will have to make a choice whether to risk possibly infecting our families or not seeing them at all to protect them. This difficult decision is a direct result of your policies, but the burden is on ours to bear. Should one of our family members become ill or worse, that will be our burden to bear as well. However, when you go to sleep at night, you will know who is responsible. That guilt will be your burden to bear. Shame on you for not upholding the most basic and fundamental tenet you are charged with, protecting the health and safety of your students and your employees. Thank you. We are now finished with the 9 comments on the closed session, and we will move into closed session. The items are 4A, conference with legal counsel, 2 potential cases. 4B, conference with legal counsel, 1 case. 4C, threat to public services or facilities. 4D, conference with labor negotiators, NMUSD representative. And 4E, public employee discipline dismissal release. Mr. Lee Sung, is there going to be any report out? You're on mute.
No, there will be no report out.
Great, thank you. So we will now log off and reconvene in closed session. Thank you. In compliance with Governor Newsom's executive order 25-20, in response to ongoing COVID-19 outbreak, the district will conduct the Board of Education meetings as a teleconference. Given the health risks associated with COVID-19, the Newport-Mesa Unified School District has decided not to open the boardroom to the public. Habrá interpretación al español a través del mismo enlace de Zoom. We are moving to item number 5, which is the regular meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order at 6:02. Please stand for a moment of reflection and Pledge of Allegiance led by Trustee Black.
Please join me in the pledge to allegiance to our flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving to adoption of the agenda, Mrs. Black?
Yes, I move to adopt the agenda, and I'd like to adjourn the meeting in the name of one of our great supporters community, Mark Buchanan. Mark lost his battle with cancer this summer, and Mark leaves behind his wife Nancy and 2 sons. And Matthew is a Newport Harbor High School graduate, class of 2011, and Christopher is a Newport Harbor graduate, class of 2014. Mark volunteered and shared his expertise with the district during Measure A, and he led the campaign for Measure F, successful campaign. In sharing the news of Mark's passing with people in our district, they shared their loss and remarked that Mark was a man of integrity and a collaborator with compassion and empathy. And so we send our heartfelt condolences to Mark's family, and Mark will truly, truly be missed.
I second the motion.
Okay, so it's been moved by trustee Black and seconded by trustee Matoye. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey,
Yes.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson, Trustee Snow, absent, Trustee Matoye.
Here, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Beth. Why is this making so much noise?
It's pretty loud in here.
Move to the adoption of the minutes of 10/27/20 and 10/29/20.
Move adoption.
Second?
It's been moved by trustee Yelsey, seconded by trustee Black. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey,
Yes.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson, Trustee Snow, Trustee Matoye.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to our student board member reports. This is always a highlight with our new structure. Today, the student board member who will be voting on those items that he can be voting will be Luca Gorgonshvili. Sorry, Luca, from Costa Mesa High School. So we will go in that order. So Luca, you want to start us off?
Yes, hello Superintendent Lee Sung, President Floor, and trustees. Firstly, I would like to thank President Floor and trustees Black for their commitment to the district on behalf of Costa Mesa High School. And I personally also appreciate all the years of work that you put into the district. It shows me a lot about your professionalism. So thank you so much for that. And as for the hybrid learning procedure at Costa Mesa High School, firstly, it has contributed to the increased involvement of many students in school. And the majority of these students find their return to school as a benefit because they can talk to their friends and stay more sociable in class due to smaller class size. The quality of education has gone up compared to full online learning, and students are getting more support from their teachers and counselors as a result. Students are also following the safety guidelines to the best of their abilities. However, the clumping up during lunchtime just happens, concentrating the students in one place, and during breaks, students have to wait outside the classroom until the start of the period. Additionally, some students reported that it is difficult for them to wear a mask for the whole school day. And this would conclude my report.
Thank you, Luca. Now we have Maddie McNamara from Back Bay High School.
Hi, everyone. So Back Bay High School was really excited to come back. Well, yes, we did have some people that were scared of coming back, but we still persevered. And now that we are back, I've talked to many students and staff members saying how happy they are to finally see everyone's faces. Students feel that they are now understanding their curriculum a lot better. Teachers are saying that it's easier, obviously, in the teaching sense, especially now since we have all these different new programs to go along with our learning. All around, coming back was the best decision for a lot of the Back Bay kids because our kids need that structure to work. Without it, they could fall behind. As for social distancing, I think that we do need to maybe make a little bit more precautions on keeping distant. In the beginning, it was a little chaotic and everywhere, but at the same time, that was at the start. And now that we've gotten into it, it's been about almost like 3 weeks now. And I think people have really gotten situated and know what they're supposed to be doing now. Yes, we still have to remind some students to always keep their masks all the way on to their noses. And yes, we still remind them that you need to keep 6 feet apart. But other than that, I feel like a lot of our students have been rolling with the changes pretty smoothly. There are occasional students that are still having a little bit of trouble of getting back and situated with this big change. But I feel that now, since they're with their teachers, and their teachers are right there, that it will be easier for those types of students that aren't used to these big changes to get used to it all. I think coming back to our school was a great decision, all in all, and it was great for our start of our new trimester and for the students in learning. And that concludes my report.
Troy Sabota from Corona Del Mar High School.
All right, good evening, everybody. So I'm gonna keep this short since I know a lot of you guys, we have a lot of students speaking and we do have a similar, I guess, points. So on the safety side, I would say it was about what I expected in terms of, like, we actually had a decent amount of people following the guidelines. And of course there are the exceptions, and there's a general acceptance of what we have to do and the associated punishments that come with not adhering to guidelines are well known. So we're doing well in that, I would say. However, more on the district side, I've heard there was not HEPA filters yet installed into the classroom. So I would like to hear the status on those, at least at CDM. And of course, the break time is a little crowded. So I don't know if there's a good solution to that, but I think that's definitely something we should be looking at. As for instruction, hybrid instruction, it's been going pretty well, I would say, for all the challenges that are that come up with that. So I think the teachers have done an excellent job adjusting to this sort of dual teaching environment. And like, so that's really good for us. And I would say the cohort C was a good addition, especially given the rise in cases. Will be always good to know. And I would say the Wi-Fi has done pretty well. So as my Wi-Fi goes down right now. So overall, it was a good experience. Great to be back. And that's all I got.
Okay, we have Brittany Evergeny from Estancia High School.
Can you guys hear me? My internet is being very unstable right now.
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
First off, I would like to say that just like Luca, I am so incredibly thankful to be a part of this group, and I'm so glad that I have known you guys as long as I've known you guys. It was a pleasure to meet you guys. So for me, I represent Estancia High School, and I took a survey in which almost 340 Estancia Eagles responded. Out of that survey, it was almost a 50-50 in between cohort A and B, which was nice because that means that in this survey, both cohorts were well represented. On a scale, when asked on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being worst and 10 being the best, to describe your hybrid experience so far, 34% of hybrid applicants were on the 1 to 5 scale, while the other 66% felt that their experience was around a 6 to 10, which means that the majority are liking the hybrid schedule. When they were asked why they chose that number, a lot of students agreed that it was definitely, the hybrid schedule was definitely an adjustment for them, as half of the class wasn't there and they're following new rules. But they liked the adjustment as they really liked seeing that social person-to-person interaction. There was a lot of concerns, as my fellow student board members mentioned, of social distancing. And I would like to touch upon the fact that a lot of people felt that they were finding themselves a bit lonely, as the different cohorts and groups felt that they were being separated a lot. A good number of students felt that the assignments and style of learning was not changing for some of their classes. In other words, they felt that they were doing the same online than in person, while others disagreed. Obviously, this is a very controversial statement. A lot of students felt happy that, as I said before, they were seeing a lot of familiar faces, and they felt that the engagement and motivation was there now that they're in person. When asked if they felt that they were getting enough support from their schools, their teachers, their counselors, etc., 58% responded with a yes, while 38% responded with a somewhat and or no. And if asked if they felt safe on campus, a resounding 80% responded with a yes, while the latter 20% responded with a no, meaning that the majority of Estancia High School students feel safe in their campuses. When asked why, again, they touched on the lack of social distancing, while others felt that the schools and teachers were being very helpful and they had a lot of peace of mind. There were a lot of questions regarding temperature checks and clearing the air on whether or not we were supposed to have those. A lot of people don't know. When asked the question, do you feel that you are learning more or better when you are online, when you are in school rather than online? It was pretty split 50-50, with a 49% saying yes and another 51% saying no or somewhat. And this was because those 49% felt that they were way more encouraged to do their work in person without some of those distractions being presented at home, and being engaged with their teacher without the loom of them getting kicked out of a Zoom meeting, which allowed them to pay better attention. Well, again, others felt that it was not that different, that they were following the exact same techniques as they were doing online. But overall, the resounding agreement was that socially, they liked in person better, but they just felt safer at home. Anything else? A couple students wanted to thank you for your effort.
Oops.
Past week. Wanted to touch on the concerns regarding the new state that Orange County is in the purple tier. But overall, I would say that a lot of Estancia students are pretty happy with the schedule, and they feel safe. Thank you. And also, I would like to apologize for not having my camera on.
Not a problem. Don't worry about that. Our final one tonight, because Paulina Enriquez Vasquez and our newest student board member, Elizabeth Leiby from college, the Cloud campus, will not be able to, or are going to be in attendance but are not reporting. Going to turn it over finally to Bailey Bogard from Newport Harbor High School.
Hello, everyone. I am Bailey Bogard, representing Newport Harbor High School. Sailors returned back to campus for the first time last week, and speaking personally, I really enjoyed and took great value in returning back. Everything from waking up to putting on clothes that aren't PJs to waving hi to those in the halls my 3 days in person so far have been refreshing. After asking many students about how their own hybrid experience went and what they believe to be the pros and cons of the entire schedule, I have determined the two most common challenges and successes. One of the biggest challenges has been the Zoom and in-person dynamic, as teachers have to juggle between both groups, yet I have no doubt that as time goes on, things will become more efficient. Secondly, we have the second challenge of focus. For those in person, 80 minutes classes feel like normal, but on Zoom, that can feel a lot longer. I have found that when my teachers allow me and allow the other Zoomers out of class for the last 20 minutes to complete asynchronous work, this small change can really help my mentality throughout the day. Now for the positives. Many students feel they are starting to form real connections with peers and teachers. You just cannot get the same banter or question asking dynamic over Zoom, and by simply sitting in a classroom, students have gained a much better understanding of our school environment. Next, there is school spirit. Seeing the posters, NHHS masks, watching cheer perform during break, and so much more. That is what keeps me motivated to wear a mask and stay 6 feet away, as well as that same motivation applies to the rest of the students. Finally, I'd like to end my report by saying thank you to trustees Black, Floor, and Snell. Thank you so much for your service to our school district and dedication to education. That is it for Newport Harbor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bailey. Really appreciate it. Now we will turn it over to our Harbor Council PTA President, Lisa Bowler.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Lee Sung, district personnel, and all other attendees. I want to report PTA's moving along a little slower than normal, but you know, we're all doing our part. So far, we have 3,477 members. We're almost, not quite all of our schools are doing totem, but they're slowly joining. And so I just want to remind you all that you can join any or all of our PTA schools and just go to jointotem.com and pick your school, and you can do it with a few clicks of your mouse. And if not, you can send a check straight to the school and the PTA will get it and you will become a member. So keep that in mind. And thank you to all of you who have joined. Your PTA schools appreciate it. All of our PTA schools have the minimum number of at least 15. We only have a couple schools who only have 15, but there are smaller schools and are a little slower in getting started. So we're all in good standing on membership. And then we only have 5 schools left who still need to pay their insurance. And then all of our schools will be in good standing. And we plan to have everybody at that point by the end of the month. Our taxes were due, as you probably know, on the 15th of this month. And so we've all had to face some challenges on a new report that's due from the Attorney General's office. And it asks for more information than we've had to give in the past. It's some of the same information that our larger schools have to do, giving totals on information about income, expenses, how that money's spent, etc. So we're in the process now of making sure that all of our schools that make under 50,000 have known how to properly fill out those forms and get those in. So that's kind of what we're working at now. And I would like to thank Dana and Martha and Vicki for their wonderful service. And on a personal note, I've known Martha for probably over 35 years because our girls, well, and son went to preschool together. And then of course she went on to Kaiser, I went to Mariners, but again through Ensign and Harbor. Dana, I've known for over 25 years. Her boys and my kids went to Mariners together. And then of course, Vicki Snell and I've been friends for well over 15 years through PTA, her at Estancia Zone, me in Newport Harbor Zone. And she was Harbor Council president back in, what was it, about the late 90s. And I followed her as Harbor Council president. So the three of them are a huge asset to our school district, and you guys are going to be terribly missed. And thank you for all you've done for our kids. And that's the end of my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you for making us feel really old.
Well, I'm right there with you, so sorry about that.
Yeah, we have grandkids in the district now.
Exactly.
Now we'll recognize our Association of Federation presidents, and so let's go with Pam Saunders. You want to start us off? President of CSEA.
Good evening, President Fleur, Board, Superintendent Lee Sung, Cabinet, and guests. First, thank you for this opportunity from CSEA. First and foremost, we'd like to thank all our classified employees throughout our district. We are very grateful to every classified employee for doing their part and all their hard work. CSEA would like the school board to appreciate classified members by supporting the Classified School Employee Summer Assistance Program. The deadline is fast approaching for our district to participate in this valuable benefit. This state-funded Summer Saver Program, Senate Bill 75, is a very great opportunity for the district to provide NMUSD classified employees with financial stability without impacting the district budget. please help your employees during this very difficult time. We would like to thank Dana Black, Martha Fleur, Vicki Snell for all their many years of service. At this time, we are still very concerned about safety at our schools and work sites now that the students have all returned. We have even more worries. Some of these concerns include our members are being tasked to enforce social distancing, which is challenging to do so with large groups of students to remain masked while at lunch and other break periods. Cleaning supplies have been provided without proper training and instruction. The custodial staff that was promised is still not hired or working at the school sites. We are no longer being included in the modification of the plans that were set in place for reopening, whereas before our input was being taken into consideration. Unfortunately, our stakeholders, but input is not valued. We were promised that we wouldn't start in-person learning until it was safe to do so, and that all the safety precautions were in place for students and staff, and unfortunately, that is not the case. As cases rise and we start to fall back into purple tier, it becomes even more important that safety procedures are in place for all staff and students. We presented our issues to the district leadership, and some of our concerns and requests are still outstanding. We have not received efficient responses to our concerns and requests. We are very disappointed that as it appears, you are not supporting classified employees and students we serve. We have been working in these hazardous conditions since the beginning of the pandemic. Classified employees want to continue to work with our students and have them on campus for in-person learning, but we want to ensure it is done in a safe manner. In closing, we like to remind everyone to wear a mask and social distance during this Thanksgiving break. As the COVID numbers continue to rise, your actions impact everyone around you. CSE wishes for our members and all the district employees to have the best Thanksgiving that they're able to this year. Again, thank you again for this opportunity. CSEA Chapter 18.
Thank you, Pam. And now we'll go to our Federation President, MFT, Tamara Fairbanks. Tamara.
Good evening. I would first like to thank trustees Fleur, Black, and Snell for all of their dedication throughout the years and being a public servant for our communities within our school district. So we appreciate you and thank you very much. Like always, my colleagues never cease to amaze me with their hard work and dedication. Between elementary teachers dealing with conferences and secondary teachers preparing for the return of in-person learning, our staff has been working like crazy to not only adjust their curriculum, but to adjust the expectations of life. However, multiple teachers at all of our school sites have reported students being in quarantine in spite of what the dashboard may demonstrate. This is a concern. It's unfortunate that only those who report to the principal and nurse are reported on the dashboard. It's unfortunate that when there is a positive case in the classroom, teachers are often not told. Now that we are back in purple, we are asking you trustees to be leaders in the public health and safety in our schools. What is your stance in reducing the infection rate of this virus? What is the priority to look at all of the data in relationship to illnesses? Although the dashboard may not be accurate, the one truth that is clear from the data is that positive cases are increasing in our schools. If we are staying open, are we going to follow all of the guidelines in the Orange County Health documents in regards to testing students and staff? Are we going to follow the guidance to fidelity instead of partially? We have rushed opening so much that we still don't have math supplies for elementary, document cameras in certain schools, dock stations for technology, and air purifiers in the classroom. Some are without district laptops, and many of these items were promised in July. Let's be leaders. Let's see what is actually happening in our schools, and let's make this environment safe with resources that we have.
Sorry. Wanted to say a couple of things. One is we have some public comments, so we're kind of out of order. The breakdown on public comments that we received were 38. We received 9 comments on 4C, the closed session threat to public services or facilities. Those were already read. We also have some on, we have 4 on 12 special recognition, 3 report on theater project. We have 16, and numbers, we have on item number 17, 17B, which is the salary, offset salary, we have 1, and on 19, we have community input on non-agenda item topics, which is 8. So because we're out of order a little bit with the special recognitions, I'm going to ask Trustee Black to read the community input so that we can address the comments on item number 12.
I will read those.
Yes, you'll read those. So, Trustee Black, would you please read the community comments, please?
Sure. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items on the regular meeting agenda via electronically submitted comments. Each speaker has 3 minutes of comment read time, and per board policy 9323, there's a maximum of 20 minutes of comment per topic. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the topic and the number of persons submitting comments. All comments are recorded in full on the meeting video record.
Thank you. I have asked Superintendent Lee Sung to read comments on special recognition. So Superintendent Lee Sung.
All right, the first comment is from Kate Maloof. To Board President Martha Fleur, Trustee Black, and Trustee Snell. I would like to thank all of you for your many years of service and dedication to the Newport-Mesa Unified School District. It has been my privilege getting to know all of you over these past few years, and I'm grateful for your service to our community and our children. While we did not always see eye to eye on a couple of topics over the years, we had respectful conversation and understanding on many topics for the most part. I'm personally grateful for your guidance, friendships, and again, your service, especially as you depart in these trying times that our community and world are facing. On behalf of myself and my husband, Logan, and our children, we wish all 3 of you the very best in your next chapters. And again, we thank you for all you have done for the Newport-Mesa Unified School District. With great respect, Kate Maloof. The next comment is from an anonymous person. This comment states, distinguished service for Dana and Martha. Is this a joke? This behavior and decisions of this board do not reflect distinguished service. Everyone does not need a prize for doing their job, and in these cases, doing their job quite poorly. Give me a break. I simply thank you, and goodbye will suffice. The next comment is from Kate O. Vicki Snell absolutely should not receive any special recognition unless you propose to recognize her for a failure to read and respond to emails, ignoring public comments, ignoring the concerns of her constituents, and her general lack of professionalism. I've been appalled by the majority of her service and her utter failure to make independent decisions in the best interest of the students, staff, and teachers of this district. Her behavior in board meetings is shocking and juvenile. Why would any board member need special recognition? They were elected to do a job, and they have not gone above and beyond in any capacity to warrant something special. An easy argument can be made that her and others have failed to do even the basics for which they were even elected. Stop trying to make everything worthy of an award. It diminishes the awards given to those in the past or in the future who really have done something outstanding. Vicki is far from outstanding. She is not even mediocre. The next comment is from Gary and Carol Crane. Our family would like to thank trustees Fleur, Black, and Snell for their honorable service. During their tenure, it was evident that all 3 cared deeply about Newport-Mesa Unified School District and took their position to heart. They served the community with wisdom, grace, and fortitude. As public servants, often they put the public's interests in front of their own, devoting their time, hours upon hours, days upon days, working ceaselessly in order to provide the best quality education for our kids. With deep gratitude, Gary and Carol Crane.
I believe that's me.
I think that's you.
That's me. That's me. Thank you, President Fleur.
You know, tonight's somewhat melancholy because this is the first time in 14 years that we have had 3 board members leaving at the same time. And I was, 14 years ago, I was one of 3 coming in. But because there were 4 very seasoned board members, including 2 sitting up
Thank
here,
you.
Trustee Black and President Floor, it didn't seem so daunting to me. But it is, you all 3 are leaving a big void in our district, and we will miss you. So with that, we have just a few short presentations to give you. And Trustee Matoye is going to present to Vicki Snell now.
Thank you very much, Vice President Yelsey. Mrs. Snell I've been blessed with having her on many, many committees because we shared Costa Mesa. Pretty much two-thirds of Costa Mesa was covered by Mrs. Snell and myself. So we attended many, many meetings. And her passion for Estancia is not paralleled by any community member. With that, the city of Costa Mesa has presented her with a proclamation, and so has Newport Beach. They're very similar. I will start with Costa Mesa. Whereas Vicki Snell served as Newport-Mesa Unified School District trustee from 2014 to 2020, serving as president for 1 term, and whereas she has honorably served to represent students, staff, parents, and community at large, and she acted as an advocate for expanding career pathways throughout the district, significantly at Estancia High School, with 4-year certification programming in engineering, medical, construction, and media arts. And she has served the community for 15 years on PTA executive boards, including 6 years as president on those local boards, and 8 years on Harbor Council PTA, including 4 years as president. And Mrs. Snell has served for 6 years as an active member of the Newport-Mesa Schools Foundation and served as a board member of the T. Winkle Estancia Foundation for 12 years. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Costa Mesa community hereby congratulates and thanks Vicki Snell for her exceptional service to our students and the Costa Mesa community. And dated the 17th day of November 2020, signed by Mayor Foley. So that will go to Mrs. Snell. And then there is one from Newport Beach. And in order for people to go home before midnight, the verbiage is very, very similar. So I will just read one of them. And personally, I want to thank you, Vicki. Your board presence, Estancia, will miss your presence, and Mrs. Arosalu has big shoes to fill, so good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Matoye. And now I have the pleasure of presenting some proclamations to Trustee Black. Since you read from Costa Mesa, I will read from Newport Beach, because since they're similar for each person, but different among people, I'll read this. So, whereas Dana Black has served the cities of Newport Beach and Costa Mesa as a Newport-Mesa Unified School District trustee from 1996 to 2020, serving 5 terms as president. And whereas Trustee Black's honorable service has improved the lives of countless students, staff, parents, and the community members. And whereas Trustee Black has been a strong advocate for career technology education for all high schools in Newport-Mesa Unified School District. And whereas President Black served as a member of the Delegate Assembly of the California School Boards Association for 9 years. Whereas Trustee Black initiated the Superintendent Student Advisory Board to give a voice to student leaders at Newport-Mesa Unified School District high schools. Whereas Trustee Black oversaw the renovation and modernization of all district school facilities. And whereas Trustee Black served as a member of the Special Education Community Advisory Committee. Now, therefore, I, Will O'Neill, Mayor of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire Newport Beach City Council, do hereby recognize Dana Black for her public service as a Newport-Mesa Unified School District trustee from 1996 to 2020. In witness whereas, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Newport Beach to be affixed this 13th day of November, 2020. Will O'Neill, Mayor. So this is for you. And we have something very similar from Katrina Foley, the mayor of Costa Mesa, with many of the same whereases. So you can read that. And additionally, we are presenting tonight to Trustee Black something we don't do very often, and that she is getting a Distinguished Service Award. And I know I'm on Zoom, but it's, I do want to show this to the public. This plaque is in the back of our boardroom, hanging on the wall. And it is the Board of Education Distinguished Service Award. The recipients of this award have been selected for outstanding service to the Newport-Mesa Unified School District. We started this award in 2016. And if everybody remembers, the first award was given to Tommy Ramitsky, who was a long-serving employee here. But it's only been given before tonight to 4 people.
No, it's been given, that's the second plaque.
Oh, it is?
It's the second plaque, yeah, there's a long list. There's a, Rob Barbeau, there's a long list.
Okay. Well, on my plaque, the last time, the last time it was given was to Judy Franco when she retired in 2018. So I do have a plaque honoring Dana Black that you will take home with you, this Distinguished Service Award. And it says, whereas Dana Black has served the Newport-Mesa Unified School District since 1996, and whereas during her 24-year tenure with the Newport-Mesa Unified School District Board of Education, including 5 terms as a president, Dana Black has served the Board of Education with the highest of standards, known for her integrity, work ethic, leadership, dedication, compassion. And whereas Dana Black has given unselfishly of her time and assistance at every level of the organization through service on many educational organizations, committees, and civic activities such as the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly, Orange County School Boards Association, Newport Beach Chamber of Commerce Education Committee, Special Education Community Advisory Committee. And whereas Dana Black, in order to promote student voice and leadership, initiated the Student Advisory Committee and served as a board liaison. And whereas Dana Black has fully supported the modernization and improvements of school facilities district-wide that enhance the learning environment for all students. And whereas Dana Black has been a strong advocate for career technical education that provides access and relevancy to student learning to better prepare students for college and career. And whereas as a result of the exemplary contributions of Dana Black and her dedication to the honorable service to the Newport-Mesa Unified School District, the students, families, staff, community, and the Board of Education have greatly benefited. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Newport-Mesa Unified School District presents Dana Black with the Newport-Mesa Unified School District Distinguished Service Award for her outstanding contributions to the district. And by this proclamation, Dana Black will carry with her the best wishes of the Board of Education and of the district for continued happiness and great success in her future endeavors. Presented and approved the 17th of November, 2020 at a regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Newport-Mesa Unified School District. And it is on behalf of all the board members, signed by the superintendent as well. So this is for you. And Dana, personally, I will truly miss you. I know you're ready to go write your book. We're all going to get on the same page here. We'll write your book. You will no longer, as Trustee Matoyan and I have said, have to drink from a fire hose. You can go out and enjoy your life and continue your career. So we really appreciate everything you've done. And then, no less, we have our President Floor, who we will recognize later as being president, but that's not what this is.
One accolade at a time.
That's right. And so I will read her proclamation from the city as well, because they're all quite a little bit different because they are very unique people. Whereas Martha Fleur has served the cities of Newport Beach and Costa Mesa as a Newport-Mesa Unified School District trustee from 1991 to 2020. And whereas Trustee Fleur has served as president of the Board of Trustees 6 times, and whereas Trustee Fleur's honorable service has improved the lives of countless students, staff, parents, and the community members, whereas Trustee Fleur was appointed trustee to the Coastline Regional Occupational Program from 1993 to 2020 and served as president 5 times. And whereas Trustee Fleur, as a member of the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly from 1992 to 2020, on the executive committee of the California School Boards Association from 2009 to 2012, and as president in 2011. Whereas Trustee Fleur has been a strong advocate for district-wide visual and performing arts. Whereas Trustee Fleur has also been a strong advocate for student mental health and wellness throughout the Newport-Mesa community. And whereas Trustee Fleur oversaw the renovation and modernization of all district school facilities. Now, therefore, I, Will O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire Newport Beach City Council, do hereby recognize Martha Fleur for her public service as a Newport-Mesa Unified School District trustee from 1991 to 2020, in witness whereof I have hereunto it set at my hand and caused the seal of the City of Newport Beach to be affixed this 13th day of November 2020, and it's signed from the mayor. And we have another one with very similar whereas signed by Mayor Katrina Foley. These 2 are for you. And then as well, Martha, you are so deserving of this Distinguished Service Award. When we talk about years of service and dedication, there is no one that has been more committed throughout all the years. You live your life 24/7, concerned about the students, staff, community, everybody in this district. And you are a real public servant. You've been a great mentor to me coming up through the ranks. I know it's tough for you to leave this position. In fact, she keeps saying, we have to finish this. We have to have an extra meeting. We have to keep moving on. Because she really is so dedicated to making sure everything's wrapped up before she leaves. And we all so appreciate everything you've done. We know this is not the end of your career in education. We have higher aspirations for you. So think about that. And as you move on, and your name will also be affixed to this. And we have this plaque for you. We are all 6 feet away, by the way, so in case anybody is interested. And then just one more thing for Vicki, Martha, and Dana, from the board, we have a little gift for you, and the cards are not attached because they're out there. In COVID time, we can't get everything together, so you will get that after the meeting, but that's for you. And this is for Martha, and Shar will be taking Vicky's to her. So
Mrs. Snell will have to wait.
but thank you all. We will miss you so much. And hopefully we will have another time away from our meeting to really all just contribute to what you've done. So we will do that at another time.
On behalf of Dana and I and Vicki, this is really hard for us. But I did want to offer Vicki an opportunity to say a few words, and also Dana and myself. So Vicki, if you would like to say a couple of words.
Okay, you didn't warn me.
You're on
Yes.
mute.
I am. I took myself
I
off.
can't hear you. Oh, I've got my speaker off. Okay. Let's see what the
That's why you can't hear me. I just really want to thank Dina, Karen for their mentorship. When I came on the board little about 7 years ago, they were very helpful in teaching me about what governance was really about and the importance of collaboration and respect for each other and respect for our staff. And while we disagreed on many things, like posting on Facebook, I got in a lot of trouble for that. That was 7 years ago, so it's a little different now. But I just appreciate you, you four so much, you three so much, because it's difficult coming on to a board and being new. It's very difficult, and you were very patient with me, and I just can't even imagine. I can't imagine how much of your life you've given to this board, to the community, to the students, and I hope we will continue to see each other when this whole COVID thing is over. I thank Charlene for, we came in around the same time, and she was very helpful with her knowledge of being a former principal, and she's just a great person. She's kind, and we will continue to be friends forever. I know that. Michelle, you are superwoman. I've said that before. I never saw anybody get up to speed so fast as you. And I think one of the reasons for that is you were so willing to ask questions and reach out and become a part of the team. I am going to miss you, and but I'll keep in touch, and I still plan to be involved. I'll be watching Estancia, because over my dead body, that theater is going up. So thank you, and thank you, Russell, for taking over in a very difficult time. And one thing that I do want to say is, when I first came on the board, I was really mad at some of the decisions. That's why a lot of people get on the board. And but one thing was, excuse me, I never really appreciated all the staff does. Your assistant superintendents and your staff at the district are amazing, and I cannot believe how much they care. They put their time in. They don't just put their time in, they care. And I've learned so much from them, and I thank them for their service. It's more than just a job to them. And I hope that the future board members coming on will respect and treat them with utmost respect, because they work very hard. And so I'm not going to name you all, but you know who you are, and I love all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Dana.
Well, I'm very passionate about, giving back to your community. I always have been, and I appreciate that from my parents, and my mentors. And I was just minding my own business, and this fabulous woman approached me. It's Marian Bergeson and Mrs. O'Neill took me to Coco's and said I needed to run for school board. And I said, my mother will tell you that I'm allergic to chalk, and that's not where I should, be. And here I am today, and it is a lot of hard work, and you don't do it as one board member. And I wouldn't, be successful board member if I didn't have, these wonderful people and our staff and our, superintendents. Each one of them have brought something to my life and helped me to be successful in so many other ways. But the community is really the hero. They support our schools. For the most part, we have some disgruntled employees as well as disgruntled community members. But for the most part, when you look at 20,000 students, they each have a parent. So add another 40,000 and 2,500 employees and their families, 32 schools, a $380 million budget. And, you know, the fact that this district has maintained on time, on budget on our projects. And we have a AAA credit rating, which, you know, as a business person, don't ask me to teach reading. You know, I have good people I can ask how to do that. But when it comes to our budget, I couldn't be prouder. And like I said, even though you all think that Martha and I vote in sync every meeting, and Karen, we don't, you know, but we know where to go, and that's to the staff. And they're working through the weekends, their vacations, the summer, for something that has hit our country that is catastrophic. And when we're talking about children's lives, employees' lives, parents, their families, you know, I just, you know, I know that this has been brutal because we've taken a lot of heat, but we've taken a lot of heat, you know, 50-50. It's pretty much split down, you know, down the district. But all of this happens because we come together as a community. And so I'm really proud of that, but I'm also very passionate about retirement. And and I have to tell you, the student board members were asking me, and you know, and how do you feel about it? Are you going to miss it, or you know, whatnot? And I probably would have retired years ago, but my main thing on my list, the final list, was getting high-level math in. And so my congratulations go to John Drake and all the support staff to get that here, because our kids are really succeeding. And now they will, instead of teaching to the test, we will be actually helping them be competitive in the world. So sorry to be so long-winded, but this is my last time. And I also want to thank my family and crazy support, and I appreciate each and every one of you. So thanks for the accolades and the time, because been there, done that. So I know it takes a lot of time, but thank you again for the recognition. I really appreciate it.
And finally, I don't know what to say.
Well, would you like me to speak for you, since they think I always speak for you?
You know, I moved into the district in 1983.
1893.
And I went to register my oldest son. I had just had a baby. We had moved into Santiago Drive. And I went to register my kid at Kaiser, asked for an inter-district transfer to Mariners, because that's where all my kids were. All my friends went there. So I walked into the office, and Mary Hacker was the administrative assistant. And Bill Knight, Dr. Bill Knight, was the principal. And she says, "We're not going to give it to you." What? She goes, "This is the best school in the district.
Oh.
And you need to stay here. Your kids can walk to school." And that was my foray into the school district. And my kids all went to Kaiser. And I was complaining to something with Dr. Knight. And he said, "Well, if you don't like it, then run for the board." "Oh, I can do that?" He said, "Yeah, you can." And it was about putting a 10 million gallon water tank onto the Kaiser property, an active school site. And we had kids at that time walking from Kaiser and Woodland. We had opened Woodland up. And they were walking back and forth because it was only kindergarten at that school site. And the community was up in arms, and thankfully I ran against an incumbent and defeated him, and that was my long-time foray. There are so many people in this district that I want to thank. Because they've treated my kids like I want every single kid to be treated. From Dr. Bauermeister taking on my grandchild that my husband and I have raised, mentoring her, helping her go through some difficult times, to Becky Gogol, who was my daughter, who was a varsity cheerleader at Newport-Mesa High School and got County to attend, which was drug and alcohol. And we transferred her to Estancia High School. Time Dr. Bob Francie was the vice principal, the superintendent assistant, because we had lost our, Dr. Nickel had retired. And who was the best counselor over there, and it was Dr. Gogol. And Dr. Gogol shepherded my daughter through, and my daughter says, I'm not going to Estancia, I'm not going to Estancia, it's not. And thanks to Miss Dickey, and thanks to Mr. Yeomans, she had a fabulous school experience. And on top of that, I had told her, if you don't like it after a semester, you can go back. And she elected to graduate from Estancia High School. All of my kids have experienced such fabulous teachers in this district, such great administrators. And I've had the experience of hiring 5 superintendents. And I'm thankful right now and very grateful that Mr. Lee Sung stepped up to the plate and took over in the reins of a very difficult situation. Not pleasant, but I thank each and every one of you. Like Vicki said, every single one of our staff has worked round the clock. I don't think our principals and the district staff, I know our cabinet members that are sitting in this room have not had a vacation, other than Leona got to go and watch her daughter get married. That was cool. But they haven't had a vacation. They've worked 24/7 to get this district on track and worked with our teachers. I'm grateful for the work that are classified. I can go back in time to our previous Federation principal, presidents, all the way back to Maya Decker, the indomitable Maya Decker, Linda Mook, Jim Rogers, Kimberly Clater. We've had Britt Dowdy, and now we have Tamara. Each one of them have represented their organizations and their unions well, and their federations. And we will continue to strive to do that. I'm looking forward to watching you. I'm going to come back and haunt you. You don't know. And as Dana said, I'm very grateful for the friendships that we have. We've gone through a lot together. We've watched babies being born. We've lost family members, but we are a family, and we are all in it for the right reason, which is for the kids of Newport-Mesa. And I don't doubt that for a minute, that every single person in this room and in the community wants what's best for our students. And so with that, I am most appreciative of all of this. I will miss you all terribly, but I will come back and I'm going to haunt you. Because there are some things that are left undone, and we got to get those done. So, believe it or not. Again, I want to thank my family. As Dana said, our families sacrificed a lot. We've missed a lot. Our kids, some of our kids said, don't come to the football game. Please don't come, because if you come, I lose. Basketball games, anniversaries, my husband, God bless him. Birthdays, can't think of all of the wonderful things, but you are a family and I will miss you all terribly. Okay, so moving on.
I just wanted to say thank you. I didn't get a chance to, and really quick, because I know we don't want to be here till 11, but thank you so much for the 3 of you for your mentorship. Vicki will always have Sacramento Safari. And just all of our chats about finance with Dana, I appreciate that. And Martha, just all the insight, and even I'll be glad I get to see you at Girl Scouts. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to item 13, theater project at Estancia High School, Superintendent Lee Sung.
All right. I will say some words about the 3 of you in a little bit later during my report, okay? So you're not off the hook for me. But I do want to move into this very important report. Before I turn it over to Mr. Holcomb, I just want to say that, since I've come to this district, which was been, gosh, almost 6 years, the facilities in this district, supported by our trustees and 3 of you and the entire board, is truly amazing. I mean, these are amazing pieces of architecture, very functional, and really have provided an amazing learning facility for our students and our community. So I've been so very impressed with what this district has done. And this project that we're going to talk about today obviously has been in the works over a number of years. And Tim Holcomb and Ada and the entire facilities team have done some amazing work on this project. And it will happen. It will absolutely happen. And this is a good point for them to provide a report and an update to the board on the progress of this project. And so I will turn it over to Mr. Holcomb.
We have 16 comments, and so I think we'll read the comments first.
That would make perfect sense. So I will wrap up my introduction and we'll move to the comments. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Mr. Lee Sung, we have 16 comments relative to this item. So keeping with wanting to move on, since many of you probably don't know, but we've been here since 2:30 in the afternoon. We did the first part, closed session on Zoom, and then we've come here. So it's been nonstop since 2:30 with a half-hour break for lunch, for dinner, sometime around there. Or driving, exactly. So we will move, I'm making a recommendation that we proceed. We have 16 comments, so we'll just keep with the 20 minutes and read as many as we can. We want to thank you. Again, they are in random order using random.org. And then they are assigned alphabetically by Ms. Snyder, and she has just stepped in magnificently. So with that, Trustee Anderson.
My comment is from the Reverend Dr. Sarah Halverson. To a new theater, I believe there should be a consideration for a different location given the importance of the outside space and the trees that are in the current location. The lack of transparency at the outset should be reason enough to reconsider. However, what's most important is that there's still time to save these trees and the iconic estancia look that they offer.
Thank you. Trustee Barto.
Mine is from John Ursini. Knowing firsthand what it takes and involves in making the Estancia Production Drama Department the top-tier program that it has been and continues to be over the course of more than 40 years, it is evident that the exhaustive work done by the committee should be adhered to and acted upon. There are plenty of places for a senior lawn, I can think of 3 off the top of my head, and the spot where the theater landed was completely thought out. There is no reason to stall this project only to come back to the same results. Please let the show go on just the way it has been planned. Thank you. Estancia class of 82 and member of troop 1224.
Thank you. Trustee Black.
My community member is Terry Sanchez. Estancia High School has a best kept secret. It's drama department. It's a place where art is created, stories are told, talent is developed, and self-confidence is found. There is something very special about Estancia High School Theater Department. It is one of the best supported programs, and yet year after year, Estancia Production Drama continues to be recognized and receive accolades. As a parent of 2 Estancia Drama alumni, one who has gone on to study theater in college, I urge you to continue with the original approved plan to build Estancia a proper theater, one where art can flourish, one where the student can be proud to present their work, one that is at least consistent with other district theaters. To push this off again would be implausible. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mine is from Carrie Slayback. Superintendent Lee Sung and NMUSD board members, thank you for your service to our children and our entire community. At a time when divisions are emphasized, you are in a unique position to bring communities together. Please look at our legacy sycamore trees as a positive rallying point. Please preserve them and be remembered with a plaque containing all your names as preservers of these trees. Although I'd like to see long-term members of the NMUSD members on that plaque, I also hope that you make decisions including new members just elected to the board. I live in Newport Heights. The tree removal here at Ensign was a divisive issue. I believe our NMUSD board will come together, both long-term and new members, and be on the record preserving the sycamores. I look to a positive NMUSD board decision and to enjoying the sycamores and the permanent reminder of those who have saved them. Best, Carrie Luger Slayback.
Okay, my community member is Lori Smith. Dear board members and members of the public, as I have previously commented, I'm concerned about the Estancia Theater project, specifically the staff's lack of transparency and accountability on a multi-million-dollar publicly funded building that will live on in the neighborhood well beyond our lives. What didn't happen? There was no community meeting at the beginning of the project when critical site decisions regarding location and scope of the theater were considered. This has left the community with one site option that destroys the sycamore trees and green space enjoyed by the students in the community since the 60s. The location option should have been shared with a cross-section of the Estancia community, including students, neighbors, and parents, with their input valued and considered. To date, it is unknown to anyone but a handful of theater insiders who was on the planning committee. There was no public accounting of their meetings. There are minutes missing back to May from meetings of the Citizens Oversight Committee that is tasked with overseeing the use of bond monies. I request that you, our elected board, direct staff to do the following. Place a hold on any theater project decisions until complete transparency is achieved. All missing minutes should be posted with the emphasis on site locations and the discussion for each. A financial study of projected future costs should be conducted. Most importantly, no decision should be made until the new trustees are installed. After all, they will be accountable for the success or fallout from such a major public work for the years ahead. I see that the facility staff has scheduled a community meeting on the theater project for December 3rd to rectify the oversight of the community input and their violation of the board policy you created in 2016 after the Estancia polls debacle to avoid the very situation we are in now. Please see that this meeting is well publicized, recorded, and followed up by a survey to gather input by non-attendees. My apologies for any comments already addressed in the staff report earlier tonight. Without a report attached, it is difficult to be specific. This is another missed opportunity by staff for transparency with this project. I talk with friends who serve the public as administrators and elected officials about the school district. They don't understand what goes on in our district. They believe that all decisions they make are about serving the public and everything they do is for the public's eyes. Sadly, our management of the Estancia Theater project exemplifies the outdated leadership culture that persists at Newport-Mesa. Yet I am hopeful with new board members that know their first allegiance is to the students and the public and who understand 21st century leadership models and systems, the district can fulfill its potential for educational excellence and become a respected and trusted public institution. Lori Smith.
My comment is from Kimberly Clater. I am in favor of building a theater at Estancia, but I am completely against destroying the trees in front of Estancia. There has got to be a better location for the theater. Please reconsider the location. The trees are precious. A full study needs to consider the environmental impact of removing trees. Thank you.
Testing to make sure you can hear me. Yes?
Yes.
Great. Okay. My comment is from Sandy Asper. Although Estancia has always had a premier drama program, has won many awards, and has deserved a theater for way too long, this is not it, at least not here and not now. This school has no windows. What it does have are the gorgeous trees, which have not only been a part of Estancia's history, but a place of peace for students. Find another place and another time. Find a way to keep the trees.
Thank you. Trustee Barto.
My comment is from Julie. I am requesting the board pause on this project and item. We voted a new board in for a reason, and we would greatly appreciate their input on this matter specifically. The current board ran over students, staff, and community members for the CDM project, and it is because of that there is no confidence with the current sitting board. Trees are important. Our students' input should be considered and not just heard.
Thank you. Trustee Black.
My community member is Rick Kapko. After several months of work involving dedicated stakeholders with numerous opportunities for anyone interested to provide input, it was disheartening to discover last-minute objections to our long-awaited Estancia High School Theater project, especially since the funding was approved long ago. All of the other schools have state-of-the-art theaters, facilities, and it is now time for equity at Estancia. I urge the trustees to immediately move forward and vote to approve this project as is without further delay. Thank you in advance for your time and thoughtful consideration, Rick Kapko.
Thank you. Mine is from Kathy Esfahani. I am a huge fan of Estancia drama. 2 of our 3 kids were in Miss Moranian's program, and I know a new state-of-the-art theater is needed on campus. But I also love the senior lawn, which Estancia students also need for the beauty, its serenity, and the escape it offers from the busyness inside the walls. I believe the new theater should be built in the parking lot behind nearest Joanne Street, where most visitors already park for evening performances. There's plenty of space there, and a lovely bit of nature will be preserved. Thank you. Trustee Metoyer.
Thank you. My comment is from Kathy James. I support the Estancia Theater project moving forward as planned. This project has been thoroughly researched and developed with input from professional architects, Estancia administrators, Newport-Mesa facilities team, and others. You have already approved this project with a vote of 7-0. So please keep your word and proceed with the construction of the Estancia Theater. Other high schools, including Newport Harbor, Corona del Mar, and Costa Mesa, all have wonderful theaters, and Estancia deserves one as well. They have been waiting far too long to have a theater comparable to the other high schools in our district. Estancia offers a high-quality, award-winning drama program, and they should have a high-quality theater as well. As a parent of both a current and former member of Estancia's drama troupe 1224, I urge you to keep your promise and move forward with the construction without delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
My comment is from Justin Mariquin. After being an Estancia student for the last 4 years, being the current vice president of the drama program, with my older sister being the drama president before I even attended Estancia, this new theater project brought nothing but pure excitement to me, drama students, and many other students around the school. I have worked both in tech and on stage within our shows, including doing tech for a musical in our own theater, which hasn't happened for years. While doing tech, it became apparent that our current theater was not meant to be a theater. It was meant to be a lecture hall. Managing microphones and their volumes kept becoming exceedingly difficult, with the terrible acoustics of off the walls, as well as speakers being placed above the actors, which would make a horrendous feedback loop. Due to the low ceiling, lighting is also a massive technical nightmare, as lights hang so low they are difficult to position to get good angles. It has been many decades since Estancia has been without a proper theater, borrowing other schools, which often cause confusion of scheduling as well as turmoil, as we are invading other people's space. However, not by choice. I firmly believe it is time for Estancia to have a new theater to really take our drama program, as well as our school, to another level.
Great, thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Yes. My comment is from Jessica Fairbarn. I just lost it. Here it is. Here we go. As an Estancia alumni and Troop 1224 Thespian, I'm fully aware of the need for a new theater. I spent much of my time at EHS in the Barbara Van Holt Theater, but that was 20 years ago, and the theater was in poor shape even then. However, I have fond memories of eating lunch and gathering with friends out on the lawn under the trees too. It was a peaceful place to enjoy the sunshine and fresh air, and escape the crowded halls and loud comments. It is unfortunate that one of my favorite places is being sacrificed to replace another one of my favorite places. I always hate hearing of beautiful trees being cut down for new builds when it can be avoided. I wish another location would be considered for the new theater.
Thank you. Trustee Barto.
Mine is from Laura Ursini Mariquin. I would like to thank the board for approving the theater project last fall during your publicly held meeting with a 7-0 vote. As a member of the theater planning team and as a member of the Citizens Oversight Committee for Measure F bonds, I know firsthand that the placement and design of the theater has been a collaborative process which began approximately 20 months ago. The planning team, which consisted of school administrators, district staff, performing arts teachers, and community members, looked at 4 possible locations for the theater, each that had its own pros and cons. In the end, the planning team decided, and the board agreed, that placing the new theater in the front of the school where it can be admired by all who drive by is the best location. The award-winning Estancia Theater Department has waited for this theater for years. I am proud to know that in the near future, we will finally have a building that is fitting to this exceptional program.
Thank you. Trustee Black.
My community member is Katie Johnson. As a former member of Estancia Troop 1224, I am all in favor of new theater for the drama kids. However, since Estancia High School is all inside with no windows, for students to be able to get outside at break and lunch for fresh air is imperative. I urge the board to reconsider the location of the proposed theater as the courtyard, only space close enough to the classrooms for students to congregate. The trees and space is beautiful. Please let it be. If I recall correctly, there is plenty of space behind the school of the baseball field for the proposed theater.
Thank you. I have a trustee, former trustee, Wendy Lees. By having a report attached, by not having a report attached to this agenda item, and by not allowing the public comment after the staff presentation, this tax-supported agency puts taxpayers at a disadvantage. COVID is not an excuse for convening only one meeting of the Citizens Oversight Committee. The February 20th meeting minutes are vague regarding the next steps that the oversight should take. From the minutes, quote, "The team will come back to the committee with a final budget and complete our comparison with the CDM project," unquote. Did that happen? When? Was there another committee meeting? Even in COVID, the burden is on the district to be transparent regarding the budget and the $3 million over the budget mentioned in the minutes. Even though the district gained on the refinancing, every penny still needs oversight from the district, the Citizens Oversight Committee as required in Measure F. That concludes our minutes, the comments. So Mr. Lee-Sung, I will move it back over to you.
Okay, thank you, President Floor. As I was saying a few minutes ago, the history in this district of providing some amazing facilities is very well noted, and this Estancia Theater is the next in line. Very proud of what I've seen, very proud of the work that Mr. Holcomb, Aras Zresny, and the facilities team has done. And I'm going to add, because we heard from some of the committee members themselves, the work that they did in planning and analyzing the various options and scenarios. I want to thank them for their work and recommendation that ultimately came to the board for approval. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Holcomb for his report.
Thank you, Superintendent Lee-Sung. I believe it's time for me to share my screen with the presentation. So let's do that. Make sure everyone can see the presentation. Excellent. Well, again, thank you, Superintendent Lee-Sung, for that introduction. Today is actually a very interesting milestone that was more coincidence than anything else. We knew that we were getting to this place with the completion of the construction documents for submission to the Division of the State Architect at this time of year. What we didn't actually anticipate was that the State Division of the State Architect would put our intake day for our plans on today's date. So in fact, our staff submitted the documents with the state architect to date. An interesting point. The Estancia High School Theater, going back a bit to Measure F. In 2016, the existing funds from Measure F were depleted, and the Estancia High School Theater remained as the final promised major project under Measure F. So at that time, there was an evaluation of the opportunities to issue sufficient bonds to fund the theater. It really was a question at that time whether or not, within the promise to the voters on the cap on the tax rate, whether or not there would be sufficient funds available in an issuance to completely cover the cost of the theater project. So that was one of the first things that we were looking at that point. And in 2017, we refinanced the district's outstanding bonds from the Measure F program and Measure A, saved a significant amount of money for the taxpayers over the long term. But one of the other significant benefits of it was that it created some, what we call room within the tax rate, additional room beyond what would have been there had the refinancing not occurred, to allow us to increase the amount that we could issue in new bonds for the theater. And we were able then to issue, and did issue, bonds with your approval in 2017 of $28.5 million for the project. In 2018, then the next step was to begin the selection of an architect for the project. We engaged in a very robust process. At that point, the primary responsibility with regard to the theater went from me and Mr. Trader in the finance area to Ms. Zaresny, so I will now ask her to pick up the presentation at here and take you on through the rest of the project. Ms. Zaresny?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, President Floor, Russell Lee-Sung, Ward, and Cabinet, and all of our guests who are really interested wholeheartedly in this project. So we want to try to be comprehensive on this and make sure we answer all the questions. As Tim was saying, the architect selection process was just a really good experience. We had some of our usual architects provide proposals, and we go through a thorough process of evaluating those proposals. There is a rating sheet that everybody who reviews those independently fills out and makes recommendations. And just to remind you, we had shelved the selection of the architect for a while because we were busy with some other projects. And so even the architect selection process kind of sat for a little while. Once we went through the initial analysis of the proposals we received, we had, I think it was either 11 or 12 initial proposals. And then we refined that down to, I believe it was 5. So we had 5 different firms come in and present to us. And those were all evaluated on a scale that is set. And just another little note on that, that is one of the requirements to have that rating process if you are ever going to go to the state for funding. So you have to prove you did that. So just something for you to keep in mind. The next thing we wanted to talk about, which was a major interest of the board, number one, the community, and obviously the sites have an interest of having some input on the project. And so we developed a review committee and comprised of various groups that would represent district staff, the community members who are active, with the school, and then the teachers as well. So I was going to have the principal of Estancia High School, Michael Holt, is with us, and he's going to talk a little bit about the selection process for the review committee and just kind of how that process went. And then we'll follow up in the next slide with some more details of the meetings themselves. But if you'd like, Michael, if you can unmute yourself and just talk about how you decided to select your committee members, that would be great.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ada. And, you know, I've been the principal at Estancia for 6 years. And during my time at Estancia, we've been incredibly fortunate to have several major projects take place on our campus. And the theater project was the only project in which we created a review committee for. And I truly appreciate Otto's leadership in allowing us to establish a committee. So myself I was joined with Pauline Marinian. Pauline has been our drama teacher for the last 20 years. She took over the drama program for Barbara Van Holt. And so you stop and you think about the lineage of drama teachers at Estancia. You know, you really hit two names and two names only. And we were so fortunate to have Pauline spend so much of her time on this committee. I'd asked her to help make sure that we had an inclusive committee that would have parents and community members who would help support the selection of the process, as well as help ensure that the project moving forward had everyone's support. And so she had recommended two outstanding individuals, Carlo and Laura. Both have long ties to the program, had gone through the program, had family members go through the program, and continue to work and support the program. I'd also asked that Stacy Niacato, who is our music teacher, to be part of the process, because drama and music are so closely intertwined. And we wanted to make sure that this was not just a drama theater, but a true performing arts theater. So that way, all of the programs at Estancia could take part, be proud, and utilize this facility. So we want to make sure that we had community voice, we had parent voice, we had staff voice, and it was an inclusive staff voice for both to represent the entirety of the performing arts at Estancia.
Thank you, Michael. Another item that I wanted to, or another participant in the review committee that I wanted to point out here, Ryan White, who formerly worked with us. He was really an expert in, you know, design. He was an expert in the operation of the facility. And because he had been with us when we completed several of our theater projects, he understood how valuable his input was during design. And also, we were very fortunate to have him because he wrote us basically lessons learned from each of the theater projects that we've been able to incorporate into the Estancia Theater. So we even went as far as to reach out to Newport Harbor High School to understand what. I'm sorry? Oh.
Go ahead.
To Newport Harbor High School to even see how are things going there? Are there things that you're struggling with? So we got a list of items that we provided to the architect for us to review and see if those were things that we needed to consider in our theater. So Ryan was really helpful in that effort. And we're sorry we don't have him. Tim, we can go to the next one if you don't have any other comments to add to that.
Nope, let's go.
Okay, so this is where the, I guess the meat of it is. We hired the architect in 2019. And so initially what we did with the design is the first phase of design was really the programming phase. So what does that mean? It means, what are we putting in the box? We had a district standard developed by LPA before we had redesigned the Newport Harbor Robbins Lopes Theater. There were two criteria: the large theater, which was the 500-seat theater, which was Newport Harbor High School, and then a 350-seat theater, which was designated for CDM, Costa Mesa, and Estancia. So we had the program established many years ago that we have used to implement each one of our projects. So we took a look at that document, we provided it to our architect, and they went through and they challenged us in some areas. They said, you know, you might need to add some square footage here, you need to consider this. So we went through that process and we determined what would be equitable to the other sites that is in line with the standards, but what little things can you do to enhance functionality of the space? So we went through that process of the programming. The next phase was the schematic design phase. And that's where we really looked at, once we knew how big the box was, where could it fit on site? And so when you go through that process, you're trying to evaluate what the location that you put it in, what other impacts is it going to have on the site? So for example, I'll give you an easy one. If we put it on site 4, which right here off to the right of the screen, you'll see that there's 5 different sites. So site 4 happens to be the tennis courts and the football weight area. Well, if you put it there, you have to find a spot for tennis courts and a football weight area. So where is it that we can put a building and then understand by putting it in site 4, you're building 8 new tennis courts and a football weight area. So you have to add those costs to the project of what you originally assumed and plan for, because initially when you plan for it, you say 350 seat theater with these different program requirements is this size of a building, and you throw an estimate towards it. But when you put it on the site, now you have to consider all the impacts to the location you chose. So the fewer improvements for the location you choose, you know, the better you're going to maintain your budget. So what you're looking at on the right are the 5 different sites. As you can see, we tried to find any place that wasn't really developed or had opportunity. After going through the evaluation of each of these sites, which we did with the site review committee, we did a pros and cons. We went through each one, we evaluated it, we reviewed it, and the site ultimately, along with the district and the architect firm, chose site 2. And I just want to say something about picking a site. We all, when you thought each of one of us had our own opinion of where we thought that theater would be best set, right? And if you limit yourself to the only thing that you initially thought and don't explore all of these other ideas, you could be ultimately not making the best decision. So we went into this open-minded, and really, I at no time thought site number 2, which was selected, was going to be satisfactory. But when they presented that, I was 100% on board. It achieved one of the major goals for this project, which was giving estancia, which a lot of people have mentioned. There aren't any windows. There's no transparency, you know, to see in anything. And we wanted to give Estancia High School a new look. And so and then we wanted to also have it a front door option if possible. So when we looked at site 1, it was off to the side, kind of, even though it's street front, it's still tucked back, not the front of the school. So we looked at all of those opportunities. We started this, and so I'm gonna have Michael speak here and have him talk a little bit of the thought process from his perspective from the review committee on selecting the site that we ultimately recommended to you and you chose.
Well, thanks, Sada. As you mentioned, everyone comes into a project with their own belief about where the best spot for a theater is. And I certainly had mine. But you know, the process was very thorough. We went through 5 different possible placements. Some seemed improbable, but I really appreciate the way that the firm approached this. And we looked at each of the 5 spots. We had the ability to analyze them both as far as how would it support the program, how would it enhance the beauty of the school, how would it support the community, and how would it further our mission and goals of being the true gem of the West Side. And so we looked at, you know, how could we also then create new opportunities for this theater to best serve our current students, as well as how could we use this theater as a way to draw in more students to the program. We went through all the different 5 sites. Some were simply eliminated because of, you know, I'll say the opportunity costs and the trade-offs that would have to be made. Ada mentioned the relocation of the tennis courts would add additional costs. And then one of the sites that I personally was in favor of had to be eliminated because of the discovered costs of relocating sewer lines. And so the committee went through and took a look at what were the opportunity costs with each sites, how would it enhance the program, how would it enhance the look of the school, how would it serve our current needs, and how would it serve our future needs. And the committee unanimously decided that site 2 was the best place for the theater.
And I'll just add one other comment. When selecting the site, we have to remember that there are other projects, historical projects, that can also impact your decision. For example, the Jim Scott Stadium has an EIR. That is a document that the board adopted and has to adhere to. And there were certain mitigation measures in order to build a stadium of that size on that site in its location. There are parking demands. So there has to be sufficient parking for an event, and there is designated overflow parking. So the area behind the buildings and between the ball fields under the solar arrays is the designated overflow. So if we were to go take site 1 and reduce the overall site by that much parking, we could potentially be putting you in a liability issue. So there's other factors, not just what you see on paper, that we have to consider and be aware of when we're making these decisions. Okay, so we selected site.
Can you explain, you mentioned Mr. Holt, the sewer lines, are those our sewer? Can you explain which site that was?
Yes.
I'm confused. Don't we all have sewer lines?
Yes.
Where the pump is that always overflows and probably needs to get fixed.
Tim, did you want to speak to this, or?
Yes, there is a sewer lift station in the area of Site 1. It takes all of the wastewater from our site and then lifts it up to the level that it can be put into the public sanitary sewer system. And that runs entirely across that, both the lift station itself, which is a building with pumps that receives all of the sewage, and then that also goes out to a pipe to the city the city street where the sewer connection is. So there would have been both in the fact that all of them come down to that low point. There was a ripple impact throughout all of the sewer that would have. It was a site that was considered. Don't mistake that. But one of the issues that was reviewed was the amount of cost and disruption that would be necessary in order to try to address that, as well as the parking in that location.
Thank you.
I'm going to add one more point to that. That would also require major construction and a coordination with the city. As you know, that entrance to that area, it's signalized. So we would have to have discussions with the city and traffic studies associated with picking site 1, because there's a signal there now, which allows people to turn into our site. So there's other even off-site costs that we would have to consider if we selected that site. Okay, so we had the review. We recommended to the board site selection number 2, and that was approved by the board. And so, Tim, if you wouldn't mind skipping to the next one.
Sure.
Basically, once we have your approval for schematic design, that gives us our marching orders to really push forward on the design documents. So what you're looking at here is what we presented to you when you approved the design and the site for the site schematic design. And so we wanted to point out, so you can see the building and the location of it and kind of just the approach from coming either direction on on Placentia. You can see that it's going to be a beacon from either direction. So it's a nice, it's just a nice aesthetic to the school. It really changes the school frontage. We added the courtyard in front in between the existing admin entry and the theater. And so what this really does is it encompasses the lawn area. It encompasses the bus and banana lot, we'll call it. So a driveway goes away and we reuse another portion of the driveway, which was the exit of the banana lot, to create the new entry and bus drop-off area, which you're looking at here, the black asphalt looking area. The courtyard area, which of course everything is required to be ADA compliant. And so you'll see here, the entry of the admin and the theater is set at a higher elevation than the street. So we have to be able to meet our ADA access to get to the front doors, but we have to be able to slope our project to meet the existing elevation of the street. So we created this plaza on the south side of the theater, and you'll see that it wraps down and we have a ramp coming down to this flat plaza area. And you can see here we're incorporating trees into that area, and trees where we can place trees on the south side. What you can't see here is you can see on the image to the right, you can see to the north of the theater another area with the circular shapes. That's another plaza on the north side that would support the black box. So let's go over the image on the right. Everything in color is inside the theater building. Everything in the grayscale is outside. So if you're looking at the yellow area, that's all the lobby. When you come in the front doors off of the south courtyard, you enter the lobby, and then the 3 small boxes on the bottom of the yellow section, that's ticketing and concessions. You would walk north in the lobby, and in between the lobby and the black box inside the building where it's gray, that's where the spectator restrooms are. So there's men's, women's, there's custodial in there, there's some storage in there, which is important. Everybody wants storage. So, but it's set in the center of both the red section, which is the main theater proper, and the pink section, the black box. So you come in the doors, you have a nice wide corridor to get from space to space. And then the blue area, those are all of the support areas. We have the scene shop, we have the green rooms, restrooms, student restrooms. We have single occupancy restroom. So someone could go in there and number one, it's ADA compliant. They could go in there and also use it as a dressing room. It's large enough that you could go in there and change as well. And then there's some spaces that aren't appealing. They're just mechanical spaces, IDF, where we put our IDF for all of our technology systems. And then on the north-hand side, where the north courtyard is, one of the requirements for getting materials in and out is we have to build a dock similar to what we have at Newport Harbor High School. So on the back side of the theater, the dock is a little higher. You pull up and you can unload materials there. From the scene shop, there are large doors and the corridor in blue that allows the scenes to be moved from space to space. So from the scene shop, you can go into large doors in the back of the pink space, which is the black box, or you can go straight down the hallway to the stage of the main theater. So that's an overview of what was approved in the schematic design. And then we'll look at the next slide, which is our current renderings. So as you can see, it looks similar. The renderings look similar. There's some little things that I'm going to point out to you. When we go to the next slide, I'm going to come back to this one just to explain the process. But you can see here, some of the nice features are the curtain wall or the glass frontage of the building. It has sections that are angled and come out, so it gives the front of the theater some depth and movement rather than just straight flat glass across the front of the school. The other piece of this that you're seeing in here is the minimum amount of site fencing that would be completed with the theater project. So you can see that there's fencing all along this area in between the project and the city sidewalk. When we do this work, we also will be doing work within the administration building to allow for a main entry closer to the street rather than having to come on campus and then enter further back where we enter now. So we're doing a little work inside so that it aligns with the site security fencing long term. And again, so here's the inside of the theater. This is looking basically from when you walk in the doors, looking to the right towards if you were walking to the black box. Tim, is there anything else you want to add to that? Nope. No. Okay, we're good. Okay, so what have we been doing since you approved schematic design? We have the next phase of design after schematic is design development. And we have completed the design development, and each one of the phases, we have done our check on our budget, which is always, everybody's interested in that, and it's extremely important. And so once we complete every phase of drawings, we look at what our estimated budget is, or our approved budget versus our estimated costs. And so we went through that phase of it, and as we note here, there are, our estimates are, being impacted on the tariffs and construction costs. And I'm just going to give you one example of how that has potentially could impact our costs. We have, if we have materials being manufactured in a facility, in a field or plant, they have restrictions on how many people can be working. So their production ends up taking a lot longer, which could potentially end up costing us more money. And so just some factors out there, and I'll let Tim speak if he had anything else to add to that particular item. Otherwise, we'll take a look at the value engineering. So once we know this is what we have, this is where we are, it's not too often that you are significantly below your budget. So it's implemented, it's an industry standard to go through value engineering. It is just part of the process. It doesn't mean that you blew your project and there's no way to recover from this. You go through value engineering. So we went through a lengthy effort, created a list of items, and assigned values to those. And we evaluated them line by line multiple times. We were very careful about that. There were things that were important for the aesthetics and the building. There were functionality things, acoustics wise, that got put on the list, and no way, you're never gonna compromise acoustics. So we removed some, we approved some, and then in some we kind of negotiated. So I want to give you an example of the value engineering. Tim, if you wouldn't mind going back 2 slides.
And Ara, we do have a question from Trustee Barto. So.
Okay, I could take a break here if you'd like.
Trustee Barto?
Yes. Okay, 2 questions. The members that you mentioned in the design committee, are they all still part of the design committee? Did you guys continue to meet once you decided, or how does that work?
We haven't met back, and I think mostly because we've been, challenged with getting these. So number one, limited staff, and we spent a lot of our energy and effort on getting air conditioning this summer. That was our number 1 priority, was air conditioning. And so as we all see, making that project, even though we didn't necessarily know the severity or the depth of the impacts of COVID, if we hadn't completed those projects and compromised some of some of that work for other projects, we would be in a different position. So air conditioning was our number one. And typically we will update the team, the committee, and I frequently speak with some of the staff and some of the members if they have questions, but I haven't had a new meeting set up since our last one, which has been a while.
If I could also add, Ada, the other thing with these types of committees is that once you're through design development, there typically isn't much to discuss with the committee, because what happens after design development is the architect just draws the details of what's already been communicated in the design. So all of the things that she was just talking about with regard to value engineering, those decisions were made back when the committee was still meeting before COVID hit. In fact, February, as I recall, there were meetings, and we were going through those types of things. But once all of that is set, the architect really then has to spend months to put together the hundreds and hundreds of pages of drawings that are necessary to take what was a design that everyone understood what it meant to be, and to put the structure completely together with all of the steel beams, et cetera, all of the different drawings. So there really isn't much of a role for a committee once they have participated in making the decisions. The architect is simply committing what has already been decided to paper.
Thank you.
So in other words, just to clarify, in other words, they were involved in the taking on and putting off and saying, these are a must-have, these are, well, we'd love to have those, and these are okay, can we put those off? They were involved in that sort of value, making making the hard decisions and the hard choices.
Yes, but that's exactly correct, Mrs. Fleur. I would like to clarify that actually what you had presented to you last fall, that schematic design that's on this current page that's up, there's been very little change to that. Though the few minor things that Ada mentioned, the curtain wall, you would, if you were to look at this particular floor plan and you were to look at the plans and the hundreds of pages that the architect has completed, they look virtually identical. There are among the most minor of changes, the little bit with the curtain wall. The other one was that entry canopy was very expensive. You see it's very tall here. On the next slide, you see that its height has been reduced and it is now a trellis rather than a solid canopy. That saved a significant amount of money that allowed us to not worry about other things inside of the building itself. So the building has not had any major changes since the schematic design. It's really basically been committing what was approved to paper.
So Tim and I didn't talk about that specific thing, but he just stole my thunder, because that was the one I was going to show you of value engineering, and how from this slide to the next one, it's different, but we still have a canopy. And so that was us taking a look at it. Do we want to get rid of the canopy entirely? No. How do we keep it and still maintain our budget? So anyways, I think it's funny that Tim highlighted this. No, you're good. I like that you did. Okay, so then we can go to probably 2 slides. Let me make sure okay, perfect. So value engineering, we talked about that. And then deferred rigging costs was just another item in the value engineering, where we said you can have 60 lines of rigging, or you can have 40. And so we have the infrastructure in order to have full capacity and provide that opportunity later, but we have a less than full capacity of rigging. The COVID-19 impacts, we all know uncertainties is the perfect word. Even with teaching our students and whether we're in session in person, we all know that it is something that we are adjusting to as changes come. So that's just something that we're going to have to keep our eye on. We do have estimating firms that we keep up on their publications talking about what's happening, what they see, what they're forecasting. And so we have a couple of firms that we work with that will assist us in understanding what those impacts may be to our project. Proceeding with construction documents, as Tim mentioned earlier, today we submitted to DSA. And so our very next step, once you have the DSA set of drawings, is when we obtain estimates for the drawings. So this is our next funding budget estimate check. So the architect themselves has an estimating firm that estimates the project. And then the district has their own estimating firm that will provide the documents as well. And then we put those two estimates together. A comparison is done, line to line, concrete, steel, all of the different materials. We look at it and we evaluate if the numbers are similar or not, and why this number is larger, why this number is less. And a lot of times we find just certain items were lumped into another item. So sometimes it's just categorizing. So we go through that process, and we have even, I believe it was on the last phase of this project, there were still some discrepancies. So we brought a third party in just to do a peer review, and also had some nice results from that. So we will go through the estimating, we will update our budget, and once we go through that, we will be presenting that back to you. Construction completed documents, DSA submission would happen today, final estimate, board presentation, we're here tonight, and the community meeting, we've scheduled and sent out the notices via US mail to residents within 500 feet of the property. The school has sent out the same notice to their students, staff, and foundations and all of their groups. We have sent it to the COC. Annette and our PIO, our Public Information Office, has distributed as well. So we've put it where we can. We hope that we get some attendance at that meeting, and we can talk through the process and any insight. I was speaking to someone who has served on committees before, and they were trying to understand what type of feedback we typically receive in those meetings. And I used an example because the person I was speaking to was basically saying, you guys have vetted the project. You've looked at all of these things. And I said, well, there's still things that come up. So I used the example of after we had one of the Estancia pool meetings, a resident came up to me after the meeting and said, did you ever notice the basketball hoop? People are going to be throwing the ball and it's going to go into the pool in the water. So we took that hoop, we relocated it, realigned it, so that issue wasn't going to be a problem. So just little things like that, and then just so that we can bring them up to speed and help them understand our process is just the most important thing. Having the time to communicate in that forum so that the community understands our process and is able to address any concerns is really important. So we have that scheduled.
Ara?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson has a question.
Yes.
Oh, I'm happy to wait until you're done. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Trustee.
Thanks, Ashley. Okay, we can go. Okay, so the next steps of the project are, so we had an initial scope of the project, which was a 350 seat theater. But when you prepare the CEQA documents, you have to have the full scope of the project defined. And so as we evaluated the programming and the site selection, and then the other scope that would be required based on the site selection, we had to hold off on our documents to have all of the scope identified. And so because we are selecting site 2 means that we're altering the bus drop-off zone, the entry point for vehicles, and circulation in some areas on campus. So we had to wait until we had the scope defined, approved by you all, and then we went through the CEQA document. We added some items in order to be able to present that to you. And we have the document ready, and we will be presenting that for your approval in December at the December meeting. The anticipated DSA approval of the construction documents is late spring. DSA has been good about getting those documents with their new process of making an appointment to submit. They have staff ready to work on it once you submit, so we anticipate late spring for approval. Once we get those documents back, while those documents are in DSA, we're starting to put together our bid packages. We're looking at the language, which is the contract language that you all are interested in, because the contract language is what gives us the ability to make the contractor perform. And if they don't perform, this is how we handle the situation. So every time we do a project, there's a lesson learned, and that front end bidding document gets updated based on what we have experienced in the past. And then there's particular things, because it is a theater project, it's a specialty building. So as part of during the time of putting together the front end bidding documents, we also will be going through a pre-qualification of contractors. So the contractors have to demonstrate that they have the financial capability to do this work and that they have the experience. We typically require a contractor to have provide us projects that they've completed, a certain amount of them within a time period, and a certain dollar value similar to our project in order to be able to bid on our projects. Start of construction, we go through the bidding process, we open bids, we have a successful bidder, and we issue the contract. We bring the contract to you for board approval, and then we issue it to the contractor, and they mobilize within a few weeks after they receive the contract, which we anticipate would be fall of 2021, and construction would be completed mid-2023. And so you can see here, we have construction completion, and you're probably thinking, well, why do you have it in mid-23, but it opens in fall 2023? So contractor leaves, we still have to commission the building, make sure that all of the technology is set for all of the district operations. We have to buy furniture, have it furnished. So there's a lot of things that still happen after the contractor has completed his work that the district will do separate from the general contractor. So that's why there's some additional time, and theaters are difficult to open and get staff trained with a new theater. So we have noted here a soft opening mid-2023, and then available to our students fall of 2023. I think that's it for the slides. I'd be happy to answer questions.
You're muted. Unmute. Trustee Anderson?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for giving us this report. It sounds like there's been a lot that has been going on behind the scenes, but unfortunately, we don't have a lot of that information as a board, which has been a bit frustrating. So one of the things that I guess I would like to know, the two things that cause me pause about this project, the number one thing is community outreach. I want to say that I think that everyone wants this theater. There's no question about that. I think Estancia has needed a theater since I was there in the late 90s. We have needed a theater a long time. That's not a question. It needs to happen. My concern is the community outreach. So I've done a little research going back into the archives, and Estancia has had a few projects that have gone awry, including the polls. And one of the things that came out of that to me seemed like it could have been a lesson learned. I actually went back and looked at the minutes, and Board President Floor brought up the need for bringing in public comment and making sure neighbors were notified, that people were alerted at the beginning stages of planning. One of the things that I'm concerned about is the outcome of that. From the Estancia polls, there was a board policy that was put in place. It's AR 1100. So there's some things in our board policy that I don't think were followed on this project, including, I'm going to read it. If you have access to this, I think several of you were on staff. The whole board was here for the most part during that time. So at the beginning step there, when a plan is proposed, based on our board policy, neighbors should have been notified for the whole perimeter, not where the location is. One of the things that was troubling from what I heard on this presentation is essentially we have a box, where do we put it? Instead of what's the location and then let's build around that. Had we done it that way, I think we wouldn't be having any kind of issues that we currently have now. Everyone wants the theater. Again, that's not a question. However, it's my understanding that the first time the public will be notified about this project officially and invited to give input was from something that was sent out on November 12th, 2020. Now from the slides, it's evident that we're quite far along in the process. So I guess I don't understand if our board policy says that initially at the beginning of a project, we must notify homeowners within 500 feet. We need to provide them written notice, completion of the timeline, the design, ask them for input. We give an overview. So not only did the neighbors not get that, as a board member, I didn't get that. As somebody who was a student at Estancia, this has been something that I've asked about since the day that I started on the board. It's really frustrating to me that I have had to dig and beg and plead to get information on this project. I still do not understand what the problem is with doing community outreach. So, which has been something that I've asked that we do multiple times. So it's also every single day, it's like, here's a new part of the oh, well, we just got notified right now in this meeting, not in a confidential document, not yesterday when I was asking about this project. In this meeting, it goes to DSA. Why is everything a shock factor? Why is everything something that we get at the last minute? I don't understand how that is being operated. It's not okay. So if the citizens oversight, great, they're in charge of the budget. Well, we are the board, and if we're asking for information, we should get it. So one of the problems that I have is I really am concerned. When I went to this school, when I went to Estancia, we had students, we walked out for 4210 when half of our soccer team got kicked out. We walked out for Prop 227, which was not acceptable. If the students knew about this project, the whole student body, I guarantee you a percentage of them, if it was not during COVID or if they had known about this before, would have been upset that the trees would get destroyed. That has not been addressed yet. And when we had the meeting on October 8th, 2019, it was presented to us as, here is the design. We didn't vote or decide on the location, which is so fascinating because you keep saying that the design came first, not the location. And I just don't understand why, if we asked during that meeting for more information, I've gone back and actually watched that video a couple of times. The documents that we got were in like 6-point font. Several of us asked for a hard copy. We couldn't read it. We asked for follow-up discussion. It didn't happen. So we had a meeting on October 8, 2019, and then nothing, crickets, until I kept bringing it up. It's really upsetting to me that this process has gone completely without the community's involvement. We just went through this at Ensign, and here we are. Same district, same process. It doesn't make any sense. you need to go to the community at the beginning of projects, not at the very end. So, you know, there's an EIR for Jim Scott Stadium. There should be an EIR for for that part of the property. I know I have been told that it doesn't need one. Well, just because it doesn't need a checkbox, I think we still need to do it. I'm very concerned about losing that property. We talk almost every day about student mental health. If you go to Estancia, it feels half the time like you're inside a cement bunker. You have to have green space where you can relax. It's just not okay. So I still continue to have a lot of concerns. And the only reason that I voted for this in October was because we were promised that we would have more discussion about it, and then it wasn't all done, which is so interesting to hear. Oh, there's just small little adjustments that we've made since then. Well, we wouldn't know because we didn't get a report on it. So I have probably 38 things, and I'm gonna have to continue to bring them up. So we're having a community informational meeting again, which thank goodness we're finally having this one, November of 2020. We're now having a community meeting December 3rd. So are we having, that's just like, again, the same presentation? Are you involving students? What happens if 90% of the people at that meeting say, what are you doing? I'm gonna chain myself to the trees. I don't understand why we keep making the same mistakes with projects. That is all I have for right now. And also, I was there for Barbara Van Holt and Mrs. Moranian. Mrs. Moranian is a wonderful teacher. I would please ask to say her name correctly. Mrs. Moranian has been at Estancia for over 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barto, then Trustee Metoyer, and Trustee Snell. And I didn't know whether Superintendent Lee Sung, you wanted to respond at all, or do you want to wait until after the questions? Perfect, okay. Trustee Barto.
I have some similar points. I feel like every time we do a project, like it's really hard to find all the information. And I know that we've seen it before, and I know that it's been presented to us. But I think what would be great is if we could get something that I asked for all these other projects. Maybe we could make a checklist and just kind of have that as a document that we hand to every board member that has a picture of the project and just really briefly, like we chose these sites, here's the pros, here's the cons. We don't have to agree, but at least when a community member comes to us and says, well, what'd you do that for? We can say like, oh, well, here, go to the website and you can see the public document that says, here were the reasons that we looked at these sites. Here's what our goals are. Just really simple, like bullet points, and just say our goals for this theater are these, this, and this. Our budget is this, and this. And real quick, we looked at these 4 sites. The pros were for this site was A, there was cost, whatever it is, but just something that really simple. And then maybe another piece of paper that has a design. And that way, if people are having a hard time understanding why we made the choices we did, I don't have to go to the website and dig through archives from previous meetings and go through my notes and look in folders, because then that takes a lot of time. And, I'll be honest, I'm maybe not going to get back to that person in the timely fashion, and that builds distrust for them, for me, which also builds distrust for the district. The easier we can make getting the communication and the reasoning for our decisions to the public, like early on, the less problems we're going to have. Because I remember going through this process and how well you vetted all the choices. And my husband loves to complain about how Newport Harbor has no full orchestra pit. So I remember asking, is this going to have an orchestra pit? Those kinds of questions. Details were really, and community input was really solicited from the school sites and from the principals and from the theater programs. That was so well done. I hate to see that get lost in, not providing a clear piece of information that says, here's why we chose this, here's what our goals were, here's a picture. And then we can say like, oh, maybe the sewer lines doing that was prohibitively expensive. This is why we chose not to. People might still disagree, but at least they can say, okay, well, they looked at all the options and this is what they came to. we enacted something a little while back when COVID happened, and it was important to do then, but I'm feeling like I'm getting a lot less information than I used to, and that's the emergency resolution that we put in place. I think we need to talk about maybe, now that things aren't so dire, pulling that back, just because I feel like while I love the streamlined nature of a lot of things, I do feel like there's a lot of times I'm caught off guard and not getting all the information I need, just simply because a decision had to be quickly made, and maybe the follow-up with the board wasn't part of that. Maybe it will be later, maybe it does happen later. In the moment, I get blindsided on so many things from the public, much more than I used to, and I have to wonder if that's at least part of it. So again, thank you for your hard work, because I know that you really included a lot of that going out to the different theaters was something that really impressed me when you guys did that. And if we can help the community see why we're making these decisions, I think it's just going to be better for all of us.
Great, thank you. Trustee Metoyer.
Thank you. I had a bunch of little questions that are not all that important, but one of the things, no one loves a tree more than me. I'm a biology major. I emphasized in botany. I get it. I know how important it is to the world, and I know how important green space is to mental health. I noticed that we did include green spaces, albeit not one big lawn with trees on it. One of the things that impressed me during this whole discussion was that the community members totally picked a different place than I was going to pick. I know that Costa Mesa High School's theater is right out in front. Corona Del Mar's theater, these were built at the same time, is tucked away in the back. And I thought, oh, well, we could have a ginormous theater if we tuck it away in the back and move the solar panels, and they can have this fabulous building. But the community members that were on the committee and the students and the students involved and the teachers said, no, we want it out in front. We want a new face of Estancia. One of the things that this board and boards before us have been constantly reminded that we are doing, and I'm putting this in quotes, nothing to help maintain the community of Estancia staying at Estancia. The trees have been there since 1965, and they haven't kept anybody staying at Estancia, but having this big ta-da theater out in front changes the whole look of the school and upgrades it and brings it forward and makes it a big ta-da in the community, and that could help. Every time we've taken a tree, we've planted a tree, albeit we don't plant a tree that's been there for 90 years. We have to plant a little tree, and it will grow. We now have a quad area where, if those of you that have went to Estancia, where the pool used to be, is now a quad area. It's not grass, but it will have plants. It will have things in there. And I'm sure it will be, and it's outside. So it does give a special area. I get it. I've taught in schools. I've gone to schools that's totally inside, and you go outside and it's wonderful. Look, it's raining. It's a big deal. But we as a board were given all of these reasons on the day that we voted. Every bit of this information and part of a schematic. I'm sorry you didn't remember them, Ms. Trustee Anderson, but we were given them because I knew them.
We were not given all of the details. We got twice as much today than we got up
Trustee,
we did not
have the floor.
What we got was, here is the design that we came up with to fit in the area that the committee asked for. The committee said, we want it here. How could architects make a design that fits here that still has everything? So we were told that, and we voted on it. I agree, I would have liked it in the back, but I support the people that are going to live in the theater, work in the theater, and it's their house. So I'd like us to keep that in mind. Yes, I am a proponent of involving the community. I'd rather have 20 more meetings ahead of time than have to go what we go through. So hopefully we'll be able to get some change on that, because it is exhausting going back and picking up the pieces and not being able to say, look, we had 5 meetings. I'm sorry you didn't show up. That would be a lot easier to say, but we didn't. So, but we had community, and I guarantee you that during the course of this, Principal Halt had to have notified people in the school to talk about it. You tell one or two kids, everybody at school knows. So the kids then, those aren't the same kids that are in there now, but we don't, it's an assumption I'm making from past practice. So it is, thank you very much, Mrs. Zorensky. I always mess your last name up, and I should know better with a name like Matoye. I will practice. Your team and Mr. Holcomb, your team has worked so hard, and putting this together is great. I agree with Mrs. Parto. This is what should be on the website under projects. And that would be delightful. And every couple of months, a new page gets added on because of where we are, or updated. It's a beautiful building. The Estancia Committee needs this building. I really think that we should do as little as possible to slow things down. They're gonna hit enough speed bumps just with COVID. So I will not vote for anything to slow this project down. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Snell.
Okay, a little history I think might help for the newer board members. So in 2005, Measure F was passed and had many projects in it, of which Estancia was destined for a theater. In 2014, well, it probably was a little before that, 2012, the committee decided that the next project would be the Costa Mesa Middle School Enclave. At the same time, our theater was supposed to be next, our Estancia Theater. But the Measure F committee decided to combine the projects because it would be more cost effective. And it was decided to do that with our blessing. And therefore, Estancia agreed for the betterment of the district to wait for their theater. Unfortunately, money ran out. There was no more money and no promise of any money coming to build the theater. But in 2017, thanks to Jeff Trader and I can't remember if Tim was here then, but we were able to refinance that bond, and we were able, Measure A and Measure F, and we were able to get the money for the theater. After that, a committee was formed to select a location. There were several meetings, public meetings, not public meetings for input, but public meetings. People can, we put out the agenda, they know when we are going to discuss.
When?
I have, excuse me, I have myself been to several meetings at Estancia PTA because I would go to their meetings, and this project, I would give updates on this project. In 2019, there were 4 different line items that we voted on, that contained the location. One being the approval of the amendment for the study of 5 additional sites and the final location, which was decided in May by, you can shake your head all you want, Trustee Anderson, this is right. And you did vote on that. and approved
The
it.
5-site study didn't happen or come to us.
Excuse me? What? I didn't hear what you said. I'll let you ask the question. I'm concerned that Trustee Anderson does not keep files, does not keep up with what's going on at Estancia, even though it is part
That's
of.
not true. If you're going to say lies, I'm going to interrupt.
Trustee Anderson, please, that's enough.
I didn't interrupt you.
And she has the floor.
I did not interrupt you when I felt you were not being truthful. Additionally, there was approval of proceeding with the CEQA preparation, which included the location. At another meeting, there was an approval of the schematic design, which included the location, and there was approval of an integrated design where they would take into account the theater, the redesign of the Banana Lot, the redesigned beautification of the student quad area in the former pool area, and the fencing, which was security fencing was very important, and the redesign of the front of the school. That all included the location. Trustee Anderson voted yes on all those things. I believe we did follow protocol. The policy, which Martha is an expert on this, so please correct me if I'm wrong, was to query the neighbors in 500 feet. I don't believe the neighbors on Joanne are 500 feet from this project. Further, I don't believe that projects that have gone through the proper procedure and are so needed in the Estancia zone should be sidelined because new board members are elected. There will be new board members elected in 2022. You can't delay projects just because there's a new board member. And from listening to the public comments and reading all of them, I did not see one, except for the anonymous people, that was against this theater being built in its current location. I don't believe that those projects should be changed. Here's what's going to happen. If you want to change this project to get more input from the public, there will be additional costs. There's no fuzz on that. It's going to cost more. It's if it's redesigned, it's going to delay in the building of it, which is set to be completed in 2023. It is going to, and I would say at least delay it a year, maybe more. And one of my biggest concerns is that if we delay this even longer, that the scope will be affected, that we will not get the theater that is equal to what other schools have. And this is also something that affects Costa Mesa High School. Right now, Costa Mesa has to share one theater. And that isn't fair. That isn't fair to our feeder schools. That isn't fair to Costa Mesa feeder schools. We should have our own theater. It's because it's less opportunity for our kids, and that's not equal, which I am surprised that some on the board don't agree on the equity that is called for. It's time to move forward. I appreciate what the community has to say, but I appreciate more what my own Estancia community has to say than maybe some of the other people in other areas that put in comments and they wouldn't even put their name on it. So I have confidence in this advisory group. I believe that the location decision should be made based on facts, based on design, based on what's best. And that is exactly what this committee did. And frankly, I am tired of all the criticism because some of the board members don't go out and try to get the information from, they send an email. If they don't get what they want, all of a sudden it's everybody else's fault. You know, you need to go out, you need to attend some of these meetings and figure out what's going on. I know what's going on. The people at Estancia know what's going on. And I'm sorry, Trustee Anderson, if you don't remember these meetings or you didn't get the exact, you got a reduced copy or whatever your issue is, but you should not, as a representative in Costa Mesa, be stopping this important theater, this equity for our students.
I am not asking to stop it. I'm saying we need to do community input. Thank you.
Fine, great. A couple of comments. I didn't know whether Trustee Black, did you want to have any? Do you have any comments?
No, I think that Mrs. Snell and Mrs. Toya has spoken for me. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Wilson?
No, thank you, President Floor. No, I don't have any questions, but since you asked me, I just want to thank Tim Holcomb and Ara for the presentation. And to me, these are things that we have heard before, so nothing came as a surprise as we went through the approval process. I think the theater will be a real welcome in that community. In the position it is has been placed, because it will be a frontage just like at Costa Mesa on the corner of Arlington and Fair. It's really prominent, and I feel that that'll be the same way at Estancia. So I just want to thank you for the presentation, and it was very thorough.
A couple of final questions, well, comments actually. This project has been voted on. There is no discussion. This project is proceeding. This project, as we approved back, is continuing. There's no questions. It was a 7-0 vote. We are proceeding. We are following all the guidelines as I read all of the adopted and unadopted minutes from the COC. Tim and Ara, or Mr. Holcomb and Ms. Zorinsky, were very clear about following the exact same guidelines that were established for the Costa Mesa and the Corona Del Mar Theater. Yes, we did establish a policy, and it was a result of, and Mrs. Snell, Ms. Matoye, and I were, all three of us were involved in that because of the fiasco of the poll issue. And that was when it was actually the original policy said 300 feet, and we extended it to 500 feet. If you take a look at the Estancia property, that is Joanne Street. That's the only neighbors that are within 500 feet, and I'm not even sure whether they even qualify, but it's 500 feet. So it would be one street. There have been multiple meetings. And I guess my final rhetorical question is, why have a committee? Why do we establish committees of community input and experts? Why have a committee if they make the recommendations and then all of a sudden after people don't like that? Why have a committee? If that's the case, you should all have a policy that says we're no longer going to seek community input because we're not going to have we're not going to have committees. Why serve on it if those information and those recommendations are not taken seriously? I find it interesting, but I also want to clarify that this vote was a 7-0 vote, and this project is moving forward. Now they may not like, but we will plant trees. There will be trees on it. It's not my favorite. It's the smallest, to be real honest. If you look at all the sites, it's the smallest site at 46,000 square feet versus 76. But the committee comprised of Estancia, community members, and that school chose this site. They wanted something as a welcoming. So that's the case. It also
also says in the policy, the board may require additional meetings. It says may. It's incumbent upon all of you in the future to ask that. And remember the Ensign project was very well aware of that. And we did say we were planning on having 2 meetings. Dr. Baumeister was heading up the first meeting and we had it. And there were 2 people from the community that attended. We had the documentation that Ara provided with all of the notification of the 500, within the 500 feet. Then COVID hit and we had to readjust and we did the thought exchange, which got more people involved than would be normal. So we do try and do that, but it is up to the board at the time, and you as you go through future projects may require additional meetings. That's your prerogative, but you better be asking for them before than not saying, well, we want to have meetings afterwards. So that's my comments.
I have my hand up.
Sorry, I didn't see it, Ms. Trustee Anderson.
So
and I don't see it now either.
It is the thing for me that I want to.
Your hand, Trustee Anderson, I will let you speak, but your hand is not up.
When I took myself off mute, it turned off. The thing that we keep talking about this committee. The committee, as was on the slide, had 4 people who were involved with drama, the principal and the assistant principal, and several of our staff and architects. It did not have, which I don't know how we haven't learned our lesson yet, it did not have any of the neighbors from Joanne, who, yes, if there's an estancia project, 500 feet is their backyard. They need to get notified. I hear what you're saying. I honestly do. I have been asking for the dates. What I saw that there were dates for this review committee of 4 drama-related people, not students. There weren't students on it. There weren't neighbors on it. There were not general community members on it. There were 4. The way that it appeared was that a small group of people made a decision that will impact the community for like 80 years. I'm concerned about that. Again, the board policy says you need to do that notification first, not now. We are nearing the end, apparently, of this project. There was not general outreach. That is what I asked about. What are those dates? Because I've been asking for those dates for 2 years. When are we going to do as Dana has always said this, put up a sign out front of the school so everyone knows what is planned. She's been like, I don't understand why we're not learning from the same lesson. We make the same mistakes over and over again. Again, I want this theater. I think it's beautiful. I'm just saying, can we pause for like a little bit of time and do sufficient community input? Also, if you read through, I don't understand why the citizens oversight notes, again, are not on the website when they're supposed to be. There is a meeting that was in May. On the agenda for September was approving those minutes. I don't understand why those aren't online. It takes about 4 seconds to upload a document. I don't understand why we as board members have to do research to try and find something when we ask for a staff report and we don't get it. So I understand that this project is progressing. I just don't think that we did our due diligence in communicating with the public, with students, or with neighbors. According to the COC, there are lots of concerns about being over budget and going past the Measure F money and going into our budget. I am not trying to block this project. And I don't understand, Trustee Snell, why you keep putting it on me when I'm asking and have been asking, and you have heard me ask for 2 years. I want more information for all of our facilities projects, not just estancia. I am not delaying this project. I want our staff to make the right choices. If we do another project, can we please start with community input? I don't understand why we don't do that. particularly when it's part of our policies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops, thank you. Trustee Anderson, I think one of the issues is staff doesn't work for one of us. Staff works for all 7 of us. And I know you've asked for information on several different topics. If the majority of the board agrees to that, staff bends over backwards and works their tail off. But staff is not there for each of us individually to write up reports every time we ask for one. So we have to be a little more judicious and let our staff do our job, so that if there's questions and the board agrees to that, we've gotten reports up the wazoo. But I know you've asked for a lot of reports. Mrs. Floor asks for a lot of reports. And it takes up a lot of staff time to answer all our questions. It's hard enough on agenda day. Anyway, just a comment. Thank you.
That's my job though. My job as a trustee. So I'm going to read from one of my emails that I sent. Many of them I've asked over and over again. It is our responsibility as trustees to make sure that policy is followed, taxpayer money is used appropriately, and community outreach is done. This is not about me. When I ask for a report, I'm asking for West Side community. I went to Estancia. I'm representing students who are in elementary school that are going to Estancia. I'm not asking because I'm bored on a Tuesday and I just want to know some plans. I'm asking for a specific reason. So if I'm asking too much information, and over again, it's because I'm not getting it. So I hear what you're saying, but there is not a current process in place for us to get timely and thorough information. Thank you.
So that will work. You can work that out with your new board. Superintendent Russell Lee-Sung.
Okay. So, okay, I want to comment on what I've seen and heard. First of all, I want to start with the fact that we should all be celebrating the fact that our district is supporting an incredible project like it is. And seeing the design and the pictures just reminded me of what we have in store for us and that how incredible it will be. We should be celebrating. The other thing that I want to acknowledge is the information. I'm going to start with Trustee Bartow. I absolutely hear what you say in terms of making sure that we're doing our best to communicate the great things we're doing in this district to the public and allowing our trustees to be spokespeople of that. And that's something that we can work on, and I will do my best to improve in that area because we're doing incredible things. And you saw a great example of our staff, Mr. Holcomb and Ada and, Steve and, oh my gosh, who's the other one? Mark, doing incredible work in all the work that they're doing. And, and I've still getting to know this board, and I will get to know the new trustees when they come on board. And I know that all of you want information. You want a lot of information. I get that. Okay. And I've talked to staff about this, and we're doing our best to provide information. And I just want to say on this particular project, if you recall, early September, in fact, September 5th to be exact, we provided, based on what Tim and Ada had provided to me, I shared with the board a very comprehensive report on this project. Okay. And excuse me. And if any of you, with any of the information that we provide, if you want more information, a sit-down meeting, we will provide that. Okay. But here's the thing I have to do as superintendent of this district is I do have to manage and balance the priorities and the time of staff, particularly right now. So I appreciate the comments and acknowledgement of that. But we will provide the information that you require. And we have multiple facilities projects. We've been trying to provide a facilities report almost every week to the board in the weekly update. So that's something that's important to me, and I know it's important to you, and we will work to make that better. The other thing I want to state is the comment about the trees. And you know, I think we all, you know, do not want to cut down trees, particularly mature trees. But this was something that was weighed as pros and cons when the committee made the recommendation. And it was discussed with the board when the board took a vote and approved the design and the location of this project. And I was again reminded to see in the new design that there are many new trees. And it's a beautiful project. And the other thing that I wanted to point out, I'm glad this was mentioned earlier, but I want to emphasize it, is the fact that this did come up as a concern by the staff, by Principal Halt, that, you know what, that was a great space for students to congregate. So that's why there was additional plans made and money you know, set aside to build the courtyard where the old pool was. So there could be an area for students to congregate. But it really, truly is an amazing thing that we should be celebrating and not fighting over. And if we want to look at our process moving forward and getting more community input at the earlier stages before a final decision is made, you know what? I would be all for that. And I want to acknowledge that, okay? But in this project, the decision has been made, the work has been done, and I want to end by saying that I agree with what many of the comments were, as well as several trustees that we are, I think unanimously, we all want to keep this project moving forward, okay? I don't think anybody's against that. We want to keep moving this project forward without delay. And I, again, thank you to Mr. Holcomb and staff for all the work you've been doing to do exactly that.
If you have to take a break, take a break. But because I just don't want to run into I don't want to run into a situation like we have run into in the past where all of a sudden we are under a time crunch and we still have a number of things to go to. So moving on to superintendent report. Or do you want to push that to the end?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I think that's the next thing.
Well, I'm losing my audience here. Okay. All right. So I've got several things to report tonight. First of all, I've got to start with the fact that, again, I'm so very proud of our secondary schools who had their opening last week on Monday, November 9th. As you know, we had to delay the opening, and I appreciate the board's support in that. And I think all of us and staff really appreciated the extra time to make sure we did the opening right. And I was very pleased. I was at a school site to observe and watch staff in action, welcoming the kids and being prepared. And it truly was a great experience to see kids coming to school, just like, you know, when we open up elementaries. It truly is a special moment for kids to be on school, in classrooms, learning, and the teachers doing what they do. So again, I want to thank everybody involved in making that happen at the school sites, for all the departments in the district doing the work they do behind the scenes to make sure that we're prepared. It seems simple, because kids come to school and they go to class and they start learning, but I know and staff knows the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. I also want to acknowledge that, you know, one of the big significant challenges that we had was our staff members who had medical issues or various things that had to be worked through. And our human resources department, Leona and Shoshana and Megan and Kristen and all the folks in HR just doing an incredible job of making sure our staff is supported and that we can accommodate where we can accommodate. So we have the staff there to support our students. So that was an incredible thing. The other significant area was the cohort balancing. And we were meeting with principals almost every day leading up to the opening to make sure that they were supported and that they were preparing to open. And again, I got to commend all the site folks, the principals, the counselors, the APs, the teachers who did all of that work to get everything ready. I also appreciate the feedback that we heard this earlier tonight from our student board members and the positive feedback. And even though there's still areas to work on and improve on, overall, it was a positive experience and it's great for kids to be back on campus with their teachers in the classrooms with kids. I personally got to see students participating in learning activities that they can't do at home. They could not do in distance learning. And there they were doing it in the classroom with their teachers. So each day, I've been saying this, each day we want to get better and better. And I know with our staff and the dedication that they have for our students, it absolutely will. I want to move to another topic, which is addressing the news that we heard yesterday. Very unfortunate news in terms of our county moving to the purple tier. And we sent a message out yesterday just to make sure that everybody knows and was reminded of the rules when it related to these colored tiers in the state system. That once a school opens for in-person learning, moving back to the purple tier does not require a school to close. So we wanted to clarify that. We sent the message out very clearly that we are remaining open in all of our schools, okay? And we're not required to close. What we need to continue to do, which is very important, extremely important, is that we continue to follow the protocols that we already have in place. And that becomes very, very important that we do that. And collectively, between administration and every single staff member and students themselves, and I even challenged our student leaders when I met with them a couple weeks ago, that they need to do their part, set a good example. And they actually had some great ideas of how they can help as student leaders. But we all need to really emphasize this amongst ourselves because we're in this together. Another thing that we will continue to do is monitor. We're monitoring the positive cases. We have our dashboard. Our health services staff is doing amazing work of every report that we get to do the contact tracing, to notify the people who need to be notified. And one of the comments that I heard in some of these public comments is people aren't notified. Well, if they're not notified, they're not a close contact. And we've said this over and over again. If you're not notified, you are not a close contact. And the other thing about, people knowing cases, but it's not being reported on the dashboard. Well, I would want to know some details of that, but what I can assume is that they're confusing the difference between somebody who's a close contact compared to a positive case. That's a close contact, somebody who has to stay home is not considered a positive case, so therefore does not show up on the dashboard. But I really am concerned about some of the comments that are made. I don't want misinformation out there. The information, the verified positive cases are updated daily on our dashboard, and we'll continue to monitor those cases every day. And if we get to a point where the cases get to be a high number, and we will, as we always do, confer with the Orange County Health Care Agency and make the appropriate action, take the appropriate action at that point. But we are not at that point at any of our schools. The other thing I wanted to address was there was a couple questions about HEPA filters. As you heard me say in prior board meetings, we have committed to purchase a HEPA air purifier in every single classroom in the district. I have heard confirmation that the HEPA air filters are in the district. We have them, they are here. They're currently being delivered to school sites this week. We are starting with elementary classrooms first, and then we will go to secondary, okay? But we will get them out as quickly as we can. And again, we're prioritizing classrooms, and then we will get to the non-classroom areas. Those are being ordered by size, and we will get those orders and delivered shortly. All right. let me switch gears here. I've got to breathe.
Breathe, slow down.
I will want to say a few words about our three trustees that are going to be leaving us. Oops, what happened? There we go.
You can skip.
Okay. So I have a lot to say, but I will save it for our later event. But I just want to acknowledge that, you know, the relatively short time I've been in the district, it certainly hasn't been 29 or 24 years and all this, but I will tell you, I've worked with a lot of board members, and the three of you are amongst the best that I have ever worked with. And I say that because of the work that I've seen you do on this board and individually, and the conversations that we've had, conversations I know you had with our prior superintendent, that you deeply, deeply care about this district, about this community, about every student and every staff member. Truly, truly there. And, you know, I so appreciate and respect that from all of you. And Vicki, I hope you're hearing this too at home, okay? All three of you are just amazing in that way. And the other thing I respect is that you don't pull punches with us. You know, you do not pull punches with us. And, you know, folks, I know in public, we maybe put some filters, some extra filters there. But when we're enclosed or we're in other sessions or we're one-on-one, I mean, you don't pull punches with us because, and we acknowledge the fact you're doing that because you care, because we all want the same thing. Now, granted, we don't always agree on exactly how to do that, but we are all here for the same reason. And I know the three of you in particular really deeply care about this district and what we do and our kids. So kudos to all of you. I hope we do stay connected. I know you will continue to be a big part of the community, and we'll continue to support the district forever. So we truly appreciate it. I also want to say that our public information office created a very nice farewell video. I've got to see it, and we're gonna release that to. I'm the only one to see it. Yeah. This is the farewell video, but it was very, very nice to hear from the three of you. It's a 6-minute video. We will be sharing it widely, okay? But it really kind of conveys kind of some very heartfelt thoughts from each of you that I know you wanted to share with our school community. So that will be coming out, and I do appreciate our public information office putting that nice video together. Okay, so with that, I'm going to transition now to my final message about Thanksgiving. This is our meeting before Thanksgiving. And I just want to say, and I said this to our leadership team the other day, that first of all, I hope they all get a rest because they've been working very, very hard. But I hope everybody takes a chance to get some rest. But not just getting rest, there's another piece to this because this is Thanksgiving, and I love Thanksgiving. It truly is a reminder for all of us to give thanks and to be grateful. And what a time to be grateful right now in this pandemic with all the stuff that we're all having to face and all the negative things and all the things that are not normal. What an opportunity to really, truly challenge ourselves to look at things from a grateful perspective. So in these difficult times, I think it's even more important to be thankful and to be grateful. And that was my reminder to the staff, and I want to share that with all of you. I'm so grateful for so many things, but I'm grateful to be part of this district. I'm grateful that we're part of something very important, and that is providing an education to our kids, particularly in this environment. And that's, we hear the term essential service, okay? I'm not going to use that. It's just important. It is just absolutely important what we're doing. And that I get to work with the people here on this team here in Newport-Mesa. Truly some dedicated, amazing folks that are quite frankly tired and need a rest, but they just keep going. They just absolutely keep going. And then one other thing, this holidays is going to be different. And we heard from the state, and they're encouraging us not to travel, to stay local. And they issued some guidance on holiday gatherings that we have in our own homes. And I want to really emphasize how important that is, that we all needed to really consider these recommendations from the state. And even though our holidays may feel and look different, I think, and this is my challenge to myself, and I'm going to put this out to all of you, even though it's different, it doesn't mean it needs to be less important or less connected. I think we can actually be more connected in this type of environment. I can share some examples with my own family, like Zooming with my dad in this environment, which has actually brought us closer. We were able to do things that we normally didn't do in person, but we did it via Zoom. I'll give you one example. I play the piano, and I was Zooming with him, and I started playing the piano, and he started singing along via Zoom. And we were able to do that. It was like a half second off, but you know what? It worked. It worked. So, you know, in this holiday season, you know, it might be different, but let's make it even better. Let's make it better than normal. So anyway, so with that, I wish you all a restful and a grateful Thanksgiving.
To the consent calendar. So Trustee Black, would you read the consent calendar, please?
Okay, so I don't have that exactly in front of me. So let me look. On the consent.
See any hands either. So.
Okay, so it isn't on here. Sorry.
On here, so I guess we could
Check my drawer. So which drawer is it? Okay. Okay, so under consent, all items listed under consent calendar, and my mute is on, I'm sure. No? Okay. Are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion. This includes the consent calendars for business, education services, human resources, student support services, and superintendent. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from consent calendar. Public requests of items to be discussed and or removed should be submitted in writing prior to the board's consideration of the consent calendar. And you would think I'd memorize this after a year of being clerk, but I have not.
Okay.
Put that back in there.
Terrific. Trustee Barto, I know that you submitted some questions. Have they been answered appropriately? You had some questions on CTE, and Trustee Matoya, you also had a couple of questions that were submitted. Were they answered?
I had many questions and they were all answered satisfactorily. Thank you.
And I had mine answered. I'd love to share what the questions and answers were.
If you'd like to share.
My questions were on 16B9 solid professor, which I wanted to highlight because the challenges that CTE has kind of had during this time, especially because so much of their work is hands-on. So initially I had questions regarding what that was, and that's good to know that that's software supporting our CTE students in manufacturing in an area that they otherwise might have a difficulty completing their courses. So that's good. I'm glad to know that. And then the Certiport software, I had a question on that 16B16 because we had approved some Certiport software earlier and wanted to clarify that that's for the it was a digital media certification for use with Adobe Photoshop. So again, I wanted to highlight that because in my business, I so often have needs for people who are certified in those sorts of things. And I love creating pathways for people, especially as school looks different. So just wanted to highlight those two things.
Thank you. Okay, so may I have a motion to approve the consent?
Move to approve.
Second.
Trustee Black moved and seconded by Trustee Matoya. Roll call.
Trustee Floor? Yes. Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes, and I had my hand raised. I just wanted to make a comment at the end. Thank you.
I see it now. I'm sorry, Trustee Anderson.
Trustee Snell?
Did you want to comment before we? Are you sure? Okay.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Matoye?
Yes.
Again, is it on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Vanessa Gailey for taking the time to meet with us and answer all of our questions about the school plans for student achievement. They were really comprehensive, and I think those will be a great touchstone for us to be really honest with every site. What they need is on there, and so I just really appreciate the time and energy that went into that. Every single time in the past year, there's been a new report. And so I just want to thank her for the way that she's handled that, and also for taking the time to meet with us and the comprehensiveness of her report. And I love that we're focusing on student achievement. So thank you.
That was great. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to discussion action. We do have a couple of comments. One on 17B. So it's not on 17A. So we have 17A first, which is approve a 1.4% one-time off salary schedule paid for December 1st through 2019 through June 30th, 2020 for NMAA. Ms. Olson.
Thank you very much. President Floor, Vice President Yelsey, members of the board, Superintendent Lee-Sung. Before you tonight is this item, and it might look a little bit familiar yet different. And so I'll go back a little bit and then come forward to tell the story. 2019-20, our other groups received a 1.4% one-time off schedule for December through 2019 through June 30th, 2020. And it was in relation to the collegiate calendar implementation. On October 6th, the board approved for NMAA an NR day or vacation day, whichever was applicable, to address this issue. And after much reflection and consideration and the difficulty that our management staff is having of taking an additional day this year, given our circumstances that we're having, that we would ask the board to consider and approve a 1.4% one-time off schedule equal to that of the other groups in lieu of that one day and our vacation day.
There's a public comment. Do you want me to read it now, or do you want me to read it? Yes, this is on. You're right. I'm wrong. Thank you very much. Reading is a good tool. I have to know all the letters of the alphabet. Right. Thank you.
President Floor, I make a motion to approve item 17A.
Second.
We can't hear you, Martha.
Because she's muted.
So sorry. It's been moved by Trustee Black and seconded by Trustee Yelsey to approve a 1.4 one-time off schedule salary payment for December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020 for NMAA. Roll call, Rosie, please. Thank you.
Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Matoye?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to item 17B, approve a 1.4 one-time off schedule salary payment for December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020 for executive staff. We do have one comment, trustee Matoye. Now you can read.
B.
B.
Okay. This comment is from Michelle with no last name. You have got to be kidding me. After the absolutely dismal leadership that has been displayed by the executive staff, you are really discussing a 1.4% salary bonus. Our district needs updates on technology and safety protocols, and our teachers have gone above and beyond for the past 8 months. They have been at the mercy of last-minute horrible decision-making that has them working 7 days a week, 15 hours a day to meet the ever-changing demands of NMUSD. They had to beg for a $500 bonus, yet you so easily consider 1.4% for the executives. Let us remember that just a few months back, you already gave the executives a raise, and now this bonus for what? They have ignored countless red flags that their employees have raised on the issues with the reopening. They consult no one about their ideas, and every single plan they have put forth has been problematic. Perhaps if they actually consulted their employees and ran their ideas by teachers, there would not be such abject failures. If you give a bonus to them, then you made the teachers beg for the scraps that you call the contract. You are sending one loud and clear message of how little you value your teachers and staff. Give the money to the ones earning it every day as they clean up the mess the executives keep creating. The burdens on teachers now teaching online and in seat simultaneously, writing new required reports for every course every week, and having to bring their own technology to school because what we have is woefully insufficient is immeasurable, yet you want to give those least burdened a bonus. It's embarrassing you would even consider this, let alone pass it. After a string of poor decisions this year, do not compound it by such dereliction of your duty as stewards of the district funds. There must not be any one-time scheduled payment to NMAA or the executive staff approved.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lee-sung, would you like to respond?
Before he speaks, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Okay, so trustee Black has made the motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so trustee Black has moved and trustee Metoyer has seconded to approve a 1.4 one-time off-schedule salary payment for December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020 for executive staff. Mr. Lee-sung.
Okay, I'm honored to recommend approval of this item. Just a couple of points I want to make. First of all, this is in alignment with the other groups, as you heard, NMAA and previously with CSEA and supervisors the meeting before. So I want to also emphasize that our executive team is an amazing group of professionals who particularly during this pandemic crisis has been working incredible hours under very, very difficult conditions. As we know, many staff has, but the responsibility and the burden that leaders have to make some very complex decisions, and as you know, many times unpopular decisions. And I really respect and commend this group and recommend support and approval. And this does require a verbal readout because these are part of executive contracts. So do you have that?
And could we let, even though these are executive compensation, Bailey does not vote on these?
No, but she had comments about something else.
Okay, so can you please let Bailey back in as a panelist, please? So, because she has a comment on something. Okay, so it's been moved by trustee Black and seconded by trustee Matoye to approve the one-time, approve 1.4% one-time off schedule salary payment for December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020 for executive staff. And it's, I have the following to read out. Pursuant to government code section 5.
Or not.
Could you put your mic up to your mouth?
Okay, let's turn it this way. How does this work? Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of a recommendation increase in salary for the following local agency executives, reflecting on one-time off-schedule salary increase of 1.4 for the time period of December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, provide to supervisors, CSEA, bargaining unit, NMFT bargaining unit members, and recommended for management and confidentials. For Kirk Bauermeister, Executive Director, Secondary, 1.4 one-time off schedule payment for the period of December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, equivalent to $2,223. Salary and statutory benefits. No other changes to the term of the contract. For John Drake, Assistant Superintendent, Chief Academic Officer, 1.4 one-time off-schedule payment for the time period of December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, equivalent to $1,809. Salary and statutory benefits. No other changes to the term of the contract. For Annette Franco, Communications and Public Relations Officer, 1.4, one-time off-schedule employment for the period of December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, equivalent to $1,659. Salary and statutory benefits. No other changes to the terms of the contract. For Tim Holcomb, Assistant Superintendent, Chief Operating Officer, 1.4 one-time off-schedule payment for the time period of December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, equivalent to $2,558. Salary and statutory benefits. No other changes to the terms of the contract. For Sarah Jocham, Assistant Superintendent, Student Support Services / SELPA, 1.4 one-time off-schedule payment for the time period of December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, equivalent to $2,383. Salary and statutory benefits. No other changes to the terms of the contract. For Leona Olson, Assistant Superintendent, Chief Human Resources Officer, 1.4 one-time off-schedule payment for the time period of December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, equivalent to $2,383 in salary and statutory benefits. No other changes to the terms of the contract. For Kurt Sir, Executive Director, Elementary Education, 1.4 one-time off-schedule benefit for the time period of December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, equivalent to $2,223 salary and statutory benefits, and no other changes to the terms of the contract. And finally, for Jeff Trader, Executive Director, Chief Financial Officer, 1.4 one-time off-schedule payment for the time period of December 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, equivalent to $2,386 in salary and statutory benefits, and no other changes to the terms of the contract. With that being said, it's been moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor?
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey?
Yes.
Trustee Black?
Yes.
Trustee Barto?
Yes, but I would just like to clarify for the public that this is in lieu of a day that they had off that they were not able to take. I wanted to clarify that this is in lieu of a day off that they were not able to take.
That's correct. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Trustee Anderson?
Yes.
Trustee Snell?
Yes.
Trustee Matoye?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item, which is item 17C, approve executive staff compensation and benefits for 2021. Mr. Lee-Sung.
Okay, I just want to distinguish between the item that was just approved. The item that was just approved wraps up 2019 and 20. Okay, so this item that's now being considered 17C is again for executive staff, but this is for the 1% one-time off schedule plus the benefits, coverage of benefits increases for 2021. Okay, and I also want to remind everybody that the same 1% off schedule was approved previously by this board for CSEA, for NMAA, as well as supervisors and NMFT. So this is in alignment with the other units. So again, I'm very proud of this executive team and recommend approval. And this does require another verbal readout.
My understanding is also, this is also, is this posted? This is required to be posted on the website, correct? Well, it should be.
We can't hear you, Martha, when you're talking, because you have to put your headset on.
Put my headset back on.
There you go.
I hate this. Okay, so my understanding is this is, these are posted, correct, on the website as part of the requirements for salary benefits? Are they posted on the website? You know, salary, like the salary schedules, this is part of the, or because they're off schedule, they're not posted?
Sorry, I forgot I was completely off the screen. No, there is no change to the salary schedules that are already posted because this is a one-time.
Okay, so may I have a motion to approve the executive staff? We're on mute.
Jeez.
Can I just request?
Finished, I'm done. My term is off. Goodbye. Okay, so
Can I just request further clarification about the 1%, what it's for? I know that it's in alignment with everything else, but I think the explanation that we got.
Sure.
Make more sense to the public.
Okay, so Mr. Lee-Sung.
Yeah.
That on?
Yeah. Trustee Barrow, can you say that one more time? I couldn't hear. I'm going to put my headphones on.
Yes, the explanation we received previously about how this was part of the contract for everything. Would you mind elaborating on that a little bit? Because I thought it was really well explained before and maybe not so well currently.
That could be because I'm explaining this one. I understand. But this is, every year we go through negotiations with our units. And, some people call it a cost of living adjustment increase, but we go through negotiations and we eventually reach an agreement and bring that to the board. So this year, 2021, we negotiated the 1% for each of the units. And we typically will align that with our management group and leadership team. So that's what this is, but this would be for our executive staff. And I might also add, it is part of their individual executive contracts with the district. There is a clause that we do match the increases with the other bargaining units with each of them.
Thank you.
It should also be noted that Superintendent Lee-Sung is not on this list.
That's correct.
Okay.
Move to approve item 17C as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved by Trustee Black and seconded by Trustee Yelsey to approve the executive staff compensation and benefits for 2021. And again, I apologize, but I have to read the following. Pursuant to Government Code 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of a recommended increase in salary for the following local agency executives, reflective of a one-time off salary schedule salary increase of 1% for 2021 provided to the management, confidential, supervisors, CSEA, and NMFT bargaining unit members. For Kirk Bauermeister, Executive Director, Secondary, compensation and benefits for in the same percentage and at the same time as increases gained for other employees. 1% on time off off-schedule payment for 2021 equivalent to $2,721.58 salary and statutory benefits, and no change in benefit cap with no change to employee contributions. No other changes to the terms of the contract. For John Drake, Assistant Superintendent, Chief Academic Officer, compensation and benefits in the same percentage and at the same time as increases granted for other employees. 1% one-time off-schedule payment for 2020-2021 equivalent to $2,918.60 salary and statutory benefits, and no change in benefit cap with no change to employee contribution, and no other changes in the terms of the contract. For Annette Franco, Communications and Public Relations Officer, compensation and benefits in the same percentage and at the same time as increases gained for other employees. 1% one-time off-schedule payment for 2020-2021 equivalent to $2,030.73 salary and statutory benefits, and no change to benefit cap with no change to employee contribution, no other changes to the terms of the contract. For Tim Holcomb, Assistant Superintendent, Chief Operating Officer, compensation and benefits in the same percentage and at the same time as increases gained for other employees. 1% one-time off-schedule payment for 2020-2021 equivalent to $3,132.50 salary and statutory benefits, and no change in benefit cap with no change to employee contribution. No other changes to the terms of the contract. For Sarah Jocham, Assistant Superintendent, Student Support Services and SELPA. Compensation and benefits in the same percentage and at the same time as increases granted for other employees. 1% one-time off-schedule payment for 2020-2021 equivalent to $2,918.60 salary and statutory benefits, and no change in benefit cap with no change to employee contribution. No other changes to the terms of the contract. For Leona Olson, Assistant Superintendent, Chief Human Resources Officer, compensation and benefits in the same percentage and at the same time as increases granted to other employees. 1% one-time off-schedule payment for 2021 equivalent to $2,918.60 salary and statutory benefits, and no change in benefit cap with no change to employee contributions. No other changes to the terms of the contract. For Kurt Sir, Executive Director, Elementary Education, compensation and benefits in the same percentage and at the same time as increases granted for other employees. 1% one-time off-schedule payment for 2020-2021 equivalent to $2,721.58 salary and statutory benefits, and no change in benefit caps with no change to employee contribution. No other changes to the terms of the contract. For Jeff Trader, Executive Director, Chief Financial Officer, compensation and benefits in the same percentages and at the same time as increases granted for other employees. 1% one-time off-schedule payment for 2021, equivalent to $2,921.04 salary and statutory benefits, and no change to benefit cap with no change to employee contribution. No other changes to the terms of the contract. It's been moved by Trustee Black and seconded by Trustee Yelsey to approve the executive compensation. Roll call, please.
Trustee Floor,
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey,
Yes.
Trustee Block,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
No.
Trustee Snell,
Yes. Yes.
Trustee Matoye.
Yes.
Okay, is Student Board Member Bailey on now? Did they put us? Okay. Bailey, are you there? Before we go on, do you want to make your comments now, or do you want to wait for a minute?
I just wanted to make a small comment on the Ensign project and how much I've noticed living close to Ensign, how much the little project has helped with morning traffic. So thank you guys for that.
Oh, great. Thank you, Bailey. Appreciate that. Thanks for staying with us all the way through that just to make that comment. Okay.
That was worth waiting for.
Yeah, exactly. That was worth waiting for. Okay, we're at the resolution consent calendar. As a reminder, it's one vote for all unless requested to vote individually. We only have, we have 2 items on that. I'm sorry. Yes, there's 3. Sorry.
ABC. I've gotten further.
Yeah,
ABC.
Adoption of resolution 41120, authorizing additional district representative signatories for the state eligibility determination school facilities program form SAB 5030. Mr. Holcomb, would you like to address this?
Yes, thank you, President Fleur. This is updating to add Superintendent Lee Sung to our official register with the state as a signatory for the district.
Okay, perfect, great. That's just sort of required, it's perfunctory.
It's useful to have more than one signature on file with the state. We typically have the superintendent on file.
Okay, great. Okay, so that's item 18A. 18B is adoption of resolution 151120, Distinguished Service Award, Dana Black. Mr. Lee Sung.
Well, we did all the festivities earlier. So, yeah, exactly. This is
Okay,
official.
item 18C, adoption of resolution 161120, Distinguished Service Award for yours truly. So can we adopt these all in one motion, and may I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So it's been moved by trustee Toye and seconded by trustee Yelsey. Oh,
What's her
I'm
name?
getting late, and my glasses are so fogged I can hardly see. Roll call, please.
Trustee Fleur,
Yes.
Trustee Yelsey,
Yes.
Trustee Black,
Yes.
Trustee Barto,
Yes.
Trustee Anderson,
Yes.
Trustee Snell,
Yes.
Trustee Matoye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item number 19, community input on non-agenda items. As we said, we have approximately 16 of them, I believe. And so trustee Black, would you please read the statement?
Sure. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board regarding items not on the regular meeting agenda via electronically submitted comments. Each speaker has 3 minutes of comment read time, and per board policy 9323, there is a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comment, depending on the topic and the number of persons submitting comments. All comments are recorded in full on the meeting's video record.
Great, and I misspoke, there are only 8. So we will continue with the 2 minutes each. And we'll, pardon?
No, I was just going to start.
I have 8.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't say that. I was saying that I misspoke, and I was saying that there were 8, and we will proceed with those 8 instead.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, the first comment is from Miss Dr. Bonnie Badai. The flu virus is a greater danger for kids than COVID-19, says UCLA Department of Pediatrics. Open our schools full time. Our children need education and a safe place to grow.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Okay, my comment is from Tamara Fairbanks, NMFT. As I've been studying the COVID dashboard, I've grown grimly concerned about the information being reported. Since the dashboard only charts what is reported by the parent to principal, it ignores the tons of children that we have in quarantine and are absent on a regular basis. In some cases, a cohort can have 5 kids quarantined, which would have closed the class down by CDC guidelines. However, the dashboard only shows 1 student in the entire school because only 1 parent was reporting it to the principal instead of the teacher. In many circumstances, staff do not even know if they have been exposed to a positive case in their class because they are not told by their administrator. In contrast, when a parent reports a positive case to a teacher, it is often not reported onto the dashboard. We need to find a more accurate reporting system. How is this protecting our students? How is this a system that keeps our infection rates low? I ask you trustees to demand better and more accurate information on this dashboard. Health guidelines recommend that staff rates should be separate from kids. However, our dashboard combines both. We should be checking the attendance rates like many of the other districts outside of Orange County. Let's be transparent about the amount of illness that is occurring at our school sites. Now that we are in purple, our rates are rising exponentially and we are anticipating an incredibly bad flu season in addition to COVID. I ask you, what is your stance on the closure of schools? What leadership will you take as a board in order to prevent community spread? How will you stand up as leaders to keep children safe? Your leadership is critical at this moment. This is really a matter of life or death.
My comment is from Wendy Leese. Democracy dies in darkness is a slogan used by an East Coast newspaper. Democracy is dying in NMUSD because after many months, the district refuses to allow real-time comments on agenda items and instead uses the webinar platform where the public can only watch the meeting but not comment. Also, taxpayers are at a disadvantage because many agenda items do not have written reports. It is not possible to comment in real time after listening to a staff report. Why isn't the district able to comply in spirit with the Brown Act by allowing the public to call in and comment? If we can't attend the public meeting in person, we should be allowed to listen to the report with all the current information and then be allowed to comment within the 3 minutes allowed. The city of Costa Mesa has a model the district could easily follow. I hope the new board reviews this practice and allows for full public participation during COVID. We must not let democracy die in NMUSD. We owe it to the children, teachers, parents, and community to be as transparent as possible.
My community member is Joanna Girard. As a concerned mom with a child in Newport-Mesa kindergarten class, I would like you to consider starting to plan now for a possible full-time reopening of schools in January. COVID is not being spread in elementary schools, and the mental health impact of kids not being able to attend school full-time is significant. Please consider coming up with a plan to get kids back in school in 2021.
Mine is from Meredith. This is sickening. You all sit and award each other and give bonuses to each other while our teachers are risking their lives daily close to the schools. We are now in the purple tier. You all made a huge mistake in opening us up early than the principal suggested. I'm glad the board will look different soon. Snell, you deserve no recognition. Fleur, neither do you. Teachers shouldn't have to put up with this, and our children are at risk and this early return. The COVID counter on the website is inaccurate. COVID is running rampant through Newport Mesa and Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Mine, Michael Dye. Newport-Mesa students and Newport-Mesa Unified students' mental and social health, as well as their education, continues to suffer versus peer districts like Irvine and Orange, as well as the local private schools. They continue to offer more time in the classroom as well as instruction time. I know that you feel 2.5 hours of instruction is somehow adequate, but I strenuously disagree. We have received absolutely no communication from Superintendent Russell Lee Sung since our elementary schools opened. His lack of communication to Newport-Mesa families is extremely frustrating and quite frankly concerning. While enrollment continues to plummet across the district as students move to private schools, he remains quiet. How many teachers will be laid off next year as a result of enrollment declines? The silence is deafening. Does this concern you as Board of Trustees of Newport-Mesa? We just want to know that they are discussing a plan for our children. If Orange and Irvine can do it, why can't we? It remains a grievous error that the Board of Education appears to have lowered the hiring standards in order to allow Mr. Lee Sung to become a superintendent. Please communicate with the Newport-Mesa families. We should be getting at a minimum bi-weekly updates. Our children are falling behind. Please communicate. We want our children in school more than 2.5 hours a day.
The next comment is from Amy Cooper. I am asking the board to put a plan in place to bring our children back to school full-time in January. It is time to apply for and obtain the waiver and allow each individual school to make a plan to go back full-time. Children are not spreading COVID and are suffering being home.
My comment is from Jennifer Seaton. Please come up with a plan to return to full-time in-person instruction, at least for elementary schools. There are 0 cases at the school my children attend, and the school environment has been made safe. My second grader is falling behind as there simply is not enough instructional time. Those that are keeping up are those who have private tutors.
All right, I gave my report earlier, but I do want to make a comment on some of the comments that we just heard here. First of all, there was a comment about we should apply for a waiver. First of all, the waiver is only about opening schools, reopening schools, which once we reopened our schools, waivers are no longer pertinent. Going full-time does not constitute a waiver. The waiver doesn't apply to that. So I just wanted to clarify that thing. But I do want to comment on several of the comments that we got about parents' desire to have students back in school full-time, full days. And I do want to acknowledge that we've been hearing that request. Obviously, right now, with the COVID numbers going as it is, it's not the best time to be bringing more students on campus. But I do want to let everybody know that now that we've opened secondary schools, like I said earlier, which is our focus, we will be looking at what we can do to continue to enhance our instructional program for all of our students in elementary as well as secondary. So I don't want people to think that we're not thinking about how to better enhance our program. We will continue to do that. But right now, this is not the time to be opening up and bringing students back full time, but we will continue to look at how we can make that better for all of our students.
Superintendent Lee Sung, do you want to address the issue that Ms. Fairbanks brought up about parents not reporting the COVID and not providing, we don't have an accurate, or perhaps Dr. Jocham can address that.
Good evening, board. I'm happy to address that issue. So parents, we are strongly encouraging them to provide the information to us directly about their student or their child who may be COVID positive. The other avenue that we have is our work with the Orange County Healthcare Agency. And if they find out about a case and they haven't heard about it from us, they let us know. And that's the collaboration and open communication that we have. So I would say that we are as accurate as we can be if these cases are reported either through us or through the Orange County Healthcare Agency. And if someone has gone to their doctor to get a positive test, it's reported to the Orange County Healthcare Agency. So there's a lot of checks and balances in that system to ensure that we are aware that students have tested positive for COVID.
And I see you, Ms. Matoya. We take attendance daily, correct, in every single class? At what point do we start following up with an absentee on a phone call in this environment?
That has been one of the challenges that we have had since we started back to school, because we have some students who are coming in person, but they're not logging into the asynchronous time. We have the opposite with some students that are not coming, but they're doing all of their work at home and independently. And so as we continue to look at this, one of the things that there was just a discussion this week with the elementary principals about when do we look at whether or not students are truant and the reason that they are out. Our school nurses also look at attendance patterns, and if students have been out, or there's so many students out, there's some steps they need to take to be able to determine why those students are out. So we do have different avenues in place to follow up on students who are out, to find out if it's due to illness, is it due to technology issues, is it due to other family issues, so we know how to appropriately code that and also give them the resources that they need to attend.
Great, thank you. Trustee Metoyer.
And I just wanted to confirm, that when a parent notices that 5 children are out of their child's cohort, that does not mean 5 children have COVID. It's very likely that it is the close contact people that are with a child that's been reported, correct?
Correct, yes.
And we wouldn't report 5 people out that have COVID because it's really only 1 and 4 that we're being safe with.
Correct. So the dashboard indicates people who have been determined to be COVID positive. The work that we do with our close contacts is through quarantine and doing the other things is just an extra measure of safety that the state has put in place.
Thank you.
And you know, there's been a lot of comments about separating teachers and students. And I just want to reiterate that my belief is that part of this is FERPA, because there's so few teachers on a given campus versus how many it would be easily identified who that teacher is. So we're trying to protect the privacy of a teacher who may have caught. Is that basically why we don't separate them?
Well, there's no requirement that we separate them or not separate them, and different districts are doing it different ways. But when we had this conversation as district staff, what we really want to do is provide our staff the highest level of confidentiality we can. And because sometimes, like you said, there are few staff members working at certain sites and they know that that person is absent, then there is a logical, leap to, oh, that person must be COVID positive. And we would respect anyone's medical conditions. And so that's why it's, for us, the bigger number is how many are at a school overall, or at a, that's the number that we want. It isn't necessarily the difference between staff and students. It's how many overall positive cases.
Great, thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Thank you. I was just wondering, are we planning on sending a reminder out maybe the Friday or the day before Thanksgiving break, just to remind people, please take every precaution, please social distance over Thanksgiving. We want to be able to, at least have our 2.5 hours for the month of December. Is there a plan to do that?
Sorry, Trustee Anderson, I was getting a very heavy echo with your comments. So can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Do we have a plan to send a reminder to parents about social distancing over Thanksgiving, so we can hopefully come back in December and have as safe as possible classroom instruction for the 2.5 hours that our children are in elementary?
Yes, we are planning to have a message out this week with those reminders regarding holidays and travel as well, and adhering to the rules.
And I think also, if you could tell her exactly the day you're going to do that. When are you sending it out?
I'm sorry, the day that we're going to send a message?
When is the exact day? I know it's really...
Okay, I'm getting a lot of echo.
I don't know what's going on with the echo, but let her know exactly the day and the rest of the board of when that message is going to go out.
Okay.
Because Friday is the day after Thanksgiving, so we should probably do it beforehand.
Well, this Friday will be.
This Friday?
This Friday.
That would be great. But don't forget.
Okay, moving on, so Dr. Joplin, Assistant Superintendent report.
Great, thank you. Thank you again, President Floor. And since I already gave a little bit of a COVID update, I want to use my time to thank the exiting board members as well. And I didn't ever let you know this, Martha, but before I ever even applied to work in Newport-Mesa, I got some tapes or, CDs, I think it was at the time, of board meetings. Because, especially when you're coming in at an executive level, you really want to know how the board functions. And you were president of the board at that time. So I thought, oh, this looks like, this looks like a good place. And obviously I made a great decision in coming here. But it was just really interesting to watch it and then to now be a part of it. So I thank you for that. And also for all of your gentle prodding to get us to really enhance services for kids, on the social emotional side, mental health, drug and alcohol. I know that won't stop. We look forward to kind of continuing to hear from you as we continue to move forward with our whole MTSS. And, really meeting the needs of our kids behaviorally and mental health and all of that. And I do look forward to seeing you at Seekerstrom again, once they actually open us up to actually being able to see something in person. And then Trustee Black, I really thank you for the support that you've given us for the Community Advisory Committee and the CAC, the Special Ed Group. And, you and Trustee Matoye have been super, I'm getting my own echo here, have been super supportive of that group and those families. And it's very appreciated. And also, that you've always come to our STEP graduation and been a part of that. So we really appreciate that as well. And then Trustee Snell, I really appreciate all of the work that you put into our policy committee. And as somebody who's brought a lot of policies forward in the past few years, it's been really great to have fresh eyes looking at things and looking at all of that information to make sure that we're as clear as we can be in moving that forward. So I appreciate all of your service, and I know all of us do. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just, I remember the second part to my question.
Sure.
One of the things that we brought up a couple of months ago when we were talking about this, but it was in, I think, 2 of the comments. Is there a way as well to clarify who is the person that needs to be reporting? If a parent should be reporting, can we call it out really specifically to teacher or parent? I remember seeing
to whom they report.
Yes. So
okay.
the flow chart in one place had to report to the teacher, and another place in the flow chart it said to report to the principal. So that was something that I asked before, and it sounds like that is an ongoing issue. So is there a way when we send out the reminder about Thanksgiving and being safe, who they should be reporting to, and maybe if they should do both, teacher and principal? I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Sarah, did you want to respond?
Sure, another opportunity to speak. You know me, I'm so shy. Yeah, we'll look at that. What we want is for people to feel they can do either or, as long as ultimately the information gets into the hands of the nurses and then Mary, because that's how we get it onto the dashboard. But I'll work with her to see if we can clarify and making sure that our sites know what to do and our teachers know what to do if a case is reported to them, and so we're not missing anybody in that.
Thank you.
Is that it, Trustee Anderson? Okay, perfect.
Ms. Olson.
Thank you very much. A couple of things tonight. Earlier, you approved and accepted the MOUs with NMFT, both for Back Bay High School as well as for the entry of level 2 for secondary primarily. There were some other things in there. And I would be amiss if I did not take the opportunity to thank our negotiating teams, because it was extensive hours by both teams, dedication, and a willingness to listen to each other and to find our mutual interests and resolve our differences in order to have our secondary programs running smoothly, and which very proud of our teachers of bringing back our students. So I do want to take a moment just to thank the NMFT team, Nicholas Dix, Tamara Fairbanks, Jamie Ropp, Sarah Otwater, Tim McFadden, Sandy Gordon, Kimberly Clater, Betsy Fisher, and Britt Dowdy, as well as our own team, which was Megan Brown, Kurt Sir, Kirk Bauermeister, Mike Shaka, and Council Spencer Covert. The work that we do is very hard. It's time intensive and intense all at the same time. But we do find a way to come to an agreement, and we will continue to work through other COVID issues collectively together, I'm sure. So I really thank all of them for that. I also want to take a moment to thank our trustees, Trustee Floor, Trustee Black, and Trustee Snell. I haven't been in the district very long. I have had the opportunity to work with many board members, and you, the three of you, are just the cream. It is such a pleasure and an honor to serve you, to serve this district. I truly appreciate the confidence that you had in me when I came in as acting, and I acted and performed, I guess, okay, into the point where I am now. And I've learned a lot from each and every one of you. And I just appreciate the way you challenge us, as Superintendent Lee Sung said, that when we're in closed session or our private conversations, that you really do challenge us to think through our thoughts. And I appreciate that. And the students and the staff of our district benefit from that. So thank you. I hope you do haunt us, because we do want to see you. And it's just been a real pleasure. And lastly, I want to remind everybody on a really great note that our holiday walking spree has begun. There's still a couple days to sign up or to get a team going. If you go on the wellness webpage, this year, so far in the fall, we have about 580 participants, which is up 170 from last year at this time. So it's a good thing to get out there and keep the blood flowing and avoid the COVID 5, 10, 15, 20. So get out there. We hope to see everybody, and it should be interesting with that many people competing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Holcomb.
Thank you, President Fleur. Having a hard time hearing myself. You can all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. At any rate, Mrs. Fleur, President Fleur, Trustee Black, and Trustee Snell, I also sincerely thank you for your incredible commitment and dedication to the work that you do as trustees. I don't think that anyone who has not been as actively as involved in the work as we are can come close to comprehending how much work is involved in being a school district trustee. It's just phenomenal, the amount of work that you have to put in, the incredible level of commitment that you put into it. And so to each of you, I thank you so much for your incredible commitment. I don't expect this will be goodbye, partly because we are having a facilities tour on Thursday, which is a tradition here at Newport-Mesa. I think is really a nice thing. It's a little late this year because of all the oddities of COVID and getting school started. But nonetheless, in addition to the facilities projects, this year, as I appreciated Superintendent Lee Sung noting, some of our schools got some much needed facelifts in their appearance. Schools painted for the first time in some time, new roofs put on that just really make our schools look great. And so we won't be going together. We'll be doing a caravan. So it will be quite the trail of cars going around to each of the sites on Thursday. But I hope to see each one of you there. Look forward to that. And then we added a special stop this year on the tour, which is back here at our district warehouse, where you will be able to see the piles and piles and piles of COVID-related supplies that we have procured for our schools to keep us through this event. Again, thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Drake.
Okay, well, can you all hear? Okay. President Fleur, thank you for a little bit of time. I do want to share an event that has passed that I think you're all aware of, but we did pull off our very first virtual college and career night. In October, we had about 510 participants registered, and of the 510, about 450, 455 engaged in the event. There were both in Spanish and English federal aid, student aid events provided for the group. And we had over 161 colleges participate, along with different career opportunities for kids. So, you know, it was the first time, and it was very successful. And even though there were only about 500 participants, we are working with VitalLink, who helps support the event, to get that posted on our college and career website for anybody to visit and access for information. And maybe something that we just continue to do in the future as we move forward. But a lot of work went into it, and it was a successful event. And on that note, President Fleur, Trustee Black and Snell, a lot has been said about you know, what you have done for us. It really has been a pleasure serving you for the last 10 years. You know, the support and the prodding is much appreciated, and the example I think you've set for all of us. I too was raised by parents who constantly reminded us how important it is to give back. And I can think of, you know, nothing more than what you've done over the last 25 years in serving in relation to how much you have given. And it is appreciated, it is selfless, and you've just set an incredible example for all of us, and I appreciate that. So thank you for all you've done. And again, look forward, it's not goodbye, it's just until next time, because I do know that we will continue to see and hear from you. Thank you for everything.
Kurt, I want to apologize because I had to look at Russell and say, who is that? Because of all the people in this room, you don't look like yourself with a mask.
I know.
Only one that I think, who
and my
is
glasses
that?
keep
Who
fogging
is
up.
that? So, Dr. Sir, I apologize, but you're
No problem at all. Yeah, so I want to go back to last year just to touch on some instruction for a little bit. Last year, we did have an opportunity to train 75% of our teachers in kindergarten through second grade on a phonics-based approach titled The Science of Reading. And we're going to continue with that teacher support starting in February with training our remaining teachers in kindergarten through second grade on the science of reading. Our trainer is Ann Leon, who is very, very well respected in our school district. And we also are going to be including all of the hourly teachers in that training as well. So we're going to start that up starting in December next month. And then another piece to that is really a decision that was made going into the beginning of this school year, which is to focus with a reading specialist at every one of our Title I schools a full-time reading specialist on the reading foundational skills and our phonics-based program called SIPS. That really emphasizes the importance of explicit and systematic phonics-based instruction for students. And that is really what the science of reading training entails. So along with the finishing up the training of our remaining teachers in kindergarten through 2nd grade, or continuing that, I shouldn't say finishing up because learning never is over, but we will continue to support those teachers, everyone moving forward, but we are going to move forward with the K-2 in December. And we're also going to support with Ann Leon all of our full-time reading specialist teachers, and continuing to really emphasize the importance of making sure that all of our students are mastering the reading foundational skills at the elementary level. That is a critical skill that we put a lot of time and attention to. I do want to thank Kathleen Leary for all of her effort in that arena. She has put a lot of time and effort into organizing people and really helping to move our early literacy program forward. So I want to recognize her. And then finally, I do want to recognize board members Floor, Black, and Snell, Martha and Dana and Vicky. My grandfather used to talk to me a lot about the importance of listening to people and how important that is if you truly want to learn. And Martha and Dana, when I started teaching in this school district, I had an opportunity to really listen to you as a teacher. And that level of understanding of the type of people that you are really increased as I got to learn more about you, and as I went into being a site administrator. And I got to know you even deeper. And I can't tell you how much I learned at the site level by listening to both of you. And then coming to the district office and listening not only to both of you, but including board member Snell. I just really have a tremendous amount of respect for all three of you. Coming to the district office, especially once I had some opportunities to sit down and be a part of the cabinet level discussions, my learning has increased tremendously, and that is because of people like you who I have so much respect for anyone who is willing to serve as a public board member in our school systems. I think that is a very honorable thing to do. But at the end of the day, I have learned so much from you just by listening. And I think the greatest thing that I think about when I think about what you've left in the school district is the fact that you truly have changed the lives of thousands of employees, tens of thousands of employees over the years you've served, and hundreds of thousands of students. And that is something that is, you can't put a value to that. So I just so appreciate everything that all three of you have accomplished in this school district. It is really incredible. And I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we remember those. Let's see, Ray Days and the core test, the core assessment, and accelerated reader.
Yeah.
Dr. Bauermeister.
Thank you, President Fleur. I just wanted to update the board on the Human Relations Task Force. We do have a meeting tomorrow night led by our facilitator, Dr. Teresa Neighbors from UCI. She will continue her work of creating rubrics with the Human Relations Task Force for program evaluation. That will kind of be the work of the Human Relations Task Force moving forward. And then Thursday night, we have our first student and community forum. We're really looking forward to that. We have a different kind of process this year. Dr. Neighbors will have a discussion with one of her professors and 3 different college students that are involved in the DERA program. This program this year will be a panel of experts talking about difficult topics, and hopefully it'll be a model for our students and for our community. The topic Thursday night will be race and racism, And so again, for the first meeting that we're having, it'll be Dr. Neighbors, one of her professor, and some of their students. From there, then, once they get the DEAR program up and running, we will have our students that will be panelists. Dr. Neighbors will start with an educational piece, defining some terms and going over some educational things. And then from there, the panel members will have discussions with our audience as well. And so again, the idea is that our students will be taking over as panel members as they get up to speed with it. So that's kind of what we're doing with the Human Relations Task Force. And so to reiterate what everybody else has been saying, Trustee Fleur and Black and Snell, I've known all of you for many years and in many different capacities. Not only do I know you, but I know your families, and I've worked with a lot of your family members as well, including at Treads and Threads with the Fleurs and the Blacks. And you know, we've gone through some difficult times over the years in this district, and it's because of your steady hand and leadership that's gotten us through these difficult times. So I want to thank you for your continued support of not only me, but of, as Dr. Sir said, of our kids in this community, our teachers, our employees. And again, I just want to thank you for your dedication to the kids of this community, and you'll forever have my respect and admiration, and I've enjoyed working with all of you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I just had a quick question. I saw there was an email that went out to notify people about the Human Relations Task Force, and I was just wondering if we put it on all of our district social media and also made sure that it went to the junior highs. I know a lot of the high schools have been involved, but I also just wanted to check in and see if our junior high students were invited.
Dr. Sir, do you want, Dr. Barmeister, do you want to?
Yes, we sent it out to all the middle schools as well.
It went out on all of our social media. I haven't seen it, so I that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm just asking.
I haven't seen it either, but that's okay.
Is that a yes?
Perfect.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Trader.
So good evening. It's good to be here with you tonight. I just wanted to reminisce for just a minute here. You know, back in 1997, 98, I remember being here on a Saturday night, and I will never, ever forget this. Trustee Fleur brought dinner in, and then she, it can only be described as a, what would you say, a coach giving a halftime talk to a team that was really on the ropes. And we were, I left, you know, that Sunday morning about 1:30 in the morning here, realizing that we didn't even have enough to scrape together a 3% required reserve. And since then, you now have a 4.5% reserve and a stabilization reserve. You've saved the taxpayers over $140 million in interest rates. You've conducted $500 million of facility improvements. You've moved the district up to a 75th percentile for compensation. You have the third lowest general obligation bond tax rate in the county. The board has kept its pledge to not exceed the GO bond tax rate of $18.87 per 100,000. And you've attained the highest credit rating that rating agencies provide, and you air conditioned the entire district without a penny of debt. It's been a real pleasure and an honor to be associated with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I remember those days, those very dark days, which were pretty scary. So let's see. Annette, do you have anything that you want to add? I generally don't get to call on you, but I'm going to call on you anyway.
Yeah.
On everybody in this room.
I usually don't provide updates, and I've shared with the 3 departing trustees my thoughts about you. Trustee Snell, I'm sorry for getting you in trouble with your social media, but I hope you learned a few things, and thank you for allowing me to help you navigate social media. I've really enjoyed working with you. You're very easy to talk to and work with. You're kind and respectful in the way that you share your ideas for our district and specifically the department that I manage. So thank you for that. Trustee Floor, your wealth of knowledge is just remarkable. And being new to education when I first started 5 years ago, you were extremely patient in teaching me as much as you could and teaching me in ways, in plain English, ways that I could understand. And for better or for worse, I still hope you will try to sell me Girl Scout cookies in the coming years. I don't need them, but I want them.
January 11th.
And Trustee Black, again, you have amazing historical knowledge of our district as well. And we've had very long heart-to-heart conversations about things that matter to you and your vision for the district. And I think that you and I have worked well together to try and kind of move the needle in that direction. So I've appreciated being able to work with you in such a collaborative manner. So thank you all 3 for your service to our district and personally for the support and trust you've put in me and my department as we have tried to do things a little bit differently in recent years. So thank you.
Thank you. Board member reports. I'm going to go first only because I'm the president and this is my last meeting. Period. Well, actually it's not. Actually, it's not. So I want you all to please make sure that I will be working with Russell to the last day, which is December 11th. We will have to have maybe 1, maybe 2 meetings. One is specifically to finish up evaluation document and Mr. Lee Sung's goals and objectives, and that will be a closed session. So we have to finish that up. There are a couple of policies that we should need to adopt that should have been adopted a long time ago, but we were just struggling with, getting everything, that policies just go on the back burner. So I need to convene that on a couple of policies, especially the COVID policies and how we operate and some of those. And then the new board member handbook that Trustee Anderson, Michelle, Trustee Bartow, and myself, it's pretty complete. So we just want to make sure that we adopt that. And then 2, we'll be working with Mr. Lee Sung and Tim Holcomb is the adoption of the CEQA. And that, of course, will have to happen after December 3rd because December 3rd is the meeting that we are having with the community. And then we will have to do the CEQA. So just to be on the safe side on that. I'm also going to welcome after 2 weeks, we have our annual conference. I know some of us are attending. I get to go free for the rest of my life because I was president of a CSBA. So it doesn't cost the district anything and we can do that. But I'm looking forward to working with and escorting and helping introduce our new members, who some of them are still on here. And finally, I just want to, I will report that I got a text, the beauty of COVID, which if there is anything, are 2 things. One is that it has brought the community closer to us. I mean, normally when we had agenda meetings here in the district office and board meetings, we would have maybe, if it was a really controversial issue, we would pack the house. But if it wasn't, normally there was more staff in the audience than there were participants. And I think that it is a testament that we can say that we've reached out and we have had more participation, more comments ever, and more ability to communicate and provide opportunities for individuals to hear us and see us and understand what we all do. And that goes for the CAC meetings, any meeting, the human relations, all of the meetings have just improved dramatically in terms of the attendance and being able to meet the needs of our working families and families. And so I hope that does continue. I also want to give a shout out because my daughter is still on here And I noticed that Mr. Bartow is still on here, and we have a couple of trustees. My replacement trustee, the new incoming Carol Crane is here on it, and I think Krista was on it. Is she still on it? I'm welcoming them. I think they're going to be outstanding individuals that will provide a lot of good insight into their communities. But also, I want to give a shout out to my daughter who's on here. She is my rock in terms of keeps me grounded. She has 3 kids in the Saddleback Unified School District. Who swears that she's going to run for school board because she likes what we're doing, and sometimes she just gets really annoyed. But she has a kindergartner, a first grader, and a third grader in a school that is shrinking. They have less than 200 students in that school. And so my granddaughter, who's in 3rd grade, has a cohort. She's in the afternoon cohort, and there are only 8 children in that school. And she's also been one of those parents that has really struggled, but she has done remarkable. But she's also received a SARB letter because she's got one of her kiddos that says, "I'm done, I'm finished. Don't ask me to go on Zoom anymore." And so, I want to give out a shout because she's still here, and there's a couple of her colleagues here, her friends that are there. And just, the ability for our family members and everybody to Zoom in from wherever they are is just remarkable. Yes, I remember those days with Jeff. I remember the days with Kurt Sir, when he ascended into first as a wonderful teacher, and then moved into assistant principal, and then moved into Newport Heights Elementary, and has served the district well. Kurt, of course, I remember from Threads and Threads and buying my son his first protective equipment. That's, and I'm a mom. I mean, I'm not supposed to be doing those things. That's a dad's job, not a mom's job. And again, I think that's a testament to our district that we hire the best. And we retain the best. And again, thank you all for all of what you do. And yes, we will continue. I also want to give a shout out because we had an incredible presentation from Kristen Henry for the Community Alliance Group. And 2 things that she gave us, and I hope that you'll post this all over the place, was one was 20-20-20 rule. And I'm sharing this with everybody, is that she shared that every 20 minutes, turn your head away from the screen, stare at something 20 feet away for 20 seconds. And that's a good way to make sure that you keep focused, but not get so much strain. And the other one is, finally, as a closing, is she showed the science of happiness. And it was talking about gratitude, and they did a study, and it was a young man who they have done a study, and she has it on there, and I hope you'll post it everywhere, is that just expressing gratitude and telling a person, writing it down, they wrote it down. The people in the study wrote what they were happy, what they were grateful, who was they were grateful for. And then they read it, they called that person and read it over the phone to that person. And it's been proven scientifically that it will raise not only their happiness, but your happiness. If you're ever down, write down something that you're grateful for, somebody that you're grateful for, and then pick up the phone and call. And not text, not email, but pick up the phone and call that person. And your happiness will increase. And that's what I think we all should be looking for. And I appreciate that from Kristen. She's done some remarkable work, so I hope that you will post that. It's a short video and there's a short study. The other thing that was fascinating is, and I hope that you'll post that, is the fact that our kiddos, the suicide rate, we've always talked about, we're always really concerned about that, but the suicide rate is actually decreasing. And and the depression rates among teens has been decreasing. So I think those are really important things to note. And so with that, I will turn it over to board member reports. Let's see, Michelle, you have a report, I believe.
So I have a legislative report, and I also just wanted to express that it's wonderful seeing the students at Ensign, and I too have noticed the traffic has decreased. I'm getting my kiddo there, so that's nice to see. But I'm going to share the legislative piece, which is there are a surprising amount of bills that went through during COVID. Normally you have quite a bit more, but there were quite a few that they managed to get through. So that was there's a lot going on. If you want to take a deep dive into any one particular bill, I will email you guys the text, but SB 117 is a bill that has the enrollment waiver, basically all the stuff related to COVID, effective immediately. That some of it we've implemented, some of it we haven't, some of it they're not requirements, some of it is a way to do after school enrichment, lots of different things. It's a really long list of requirements and changes that it makes a big impact on. So I'll email you all of that. It has bullet points. The bill itself is very lengthy, but the bullet points even still are about 2 pages. So then the other thing that I'm going to read is from CSBA, but it's related to the Brown Act, and I know we love to talk about that. So it's AB 992, and I'm going to read it because it's really confusing, and even the way CSBA words it is still confusing. So I'm just going to read it out loud. So the Ralph M. Brown Act defines meeting for purposes of the act and prohibits a majority of members of a legislative body outside of a meeting authorized by the act from using a series of communications of any kind to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of business that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. That's the part we already know. So effective January 1st of 2021, this bill would provide that until January 1st of 2026, the prohibition described above does not prevent a member from engaging in separate conversations or communications outside of a meeting authorized by this act with any other person using an internet-based social media platform as defined to answer questions, provide information to the public, or solicit information from the public regarding a matter that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body, provided that a majority of the members do not use the internet-based social media platform to discuss among themselves, as defined, business of a specific nature that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body, and that a member shall not respond directly to any communication on an internet-based social media platform regarding a matter that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body that is made, posted, or shared by any other member of the legislative body. So unpacking it, I thought it was really interesting because I think we're in so basically they're allowing us to freely communicate with the public via Facebook or whatever. But they are clarifying that we should not, as board members, comment on other people's social media posts. So if one of us board members posts something, let's not comment on each other's stuff, but you can communicate with the public. I'm sure that we'll want to get more clarification from Spencer, but this was the one that just jumped out at me because it's kind of giving us more access to the public since we don't have maybe physical access, but also kind of clarifying what we can and can't comment on. The other interesting ones I think are AB 1350, which effective January 2021 gives us the ability to grant retroactive high school diplomas to any student who was on track to graduate, regardless of their outcome at the end of last school year. There's also a increased ability with AB 2741 starting January 21 to have a child's advocacy center. So in the past we were kind of, and Sarah probably knows more about this than I do, but we were kind of limited in the ability to share information within different we're kind of siloed, I think, a bit in terms of being able to work with the nurses and the staff and things like that. That is temporarily waived and provides a waiver of liability for sharing that information. And then the one that Jeff kind of alluded to and talked about in the past is AB 76, which is a way that the state is balancing the budget. So when we heard about budget deficits, AB 76 allows, by sort of moving the target of when the funds have to be turned in from June to July, that moves it a whole year, and therefore makes the budget look a little more balanced for the state. So there's quite a few, but I think those are the ones that are most relevant to us. And like I said, I'll share the bullet points for SB 117. And if you're really, really bored, Dana, you don't want to write your book, you can read through it. So, and that's it. Thank you.
Trustee Anderson. Yes, thank you. I thank you for that. That was really helpful for the budget report. I have a couple of things. I just wanted to follow up. I didn't get a chance to share earlier, and I wanted to share. I just wanted to say thank you for your service. I particularly wanted to speak to Trustee Snell, but she's not on. I am just really thankful to have gotten to have this experience of working with you. As Mr. Trader was saying, I was in high school when some of you were on the board. And so it's been a long trajectory. And so I'm thankful that I've gotten to have this experience of working with you. And I thank you. I know that there's a lot of time and sacrifice that you have given. So thank you for that. And I do specifically actually want to say thank you to Trustee Snell. We've had a lot of great conversations about Estancia, and I really don't want it to end on a negative note. We've had a lot of great walks around the campus, and so I just wanted to say thank you. And then I just wanted to follow up too on some of the things that I continue to hear from a lot of the families that I work with and communicate with in my neighborhood. I'm really would like to hear specific plans for going into January for academic intervention, particularly for elementary students. I would like to hear more plans about how we can extend the day for children who may have parents who will lose their jobs or have already lost their jobs if they're not able to work full time. I would like to hear some more information and get really clear reporting numbers and next steps and positive solutions for how we are going to get middle and elementary students to school. It continues to be a massive problem for a lot of the families that I talk to. I also just wanted to see where we are about janitors being hired. I know that has been a long process, and I just want to make sure that we have some ready to go. Those additional support for January, more school facilitators. I know that's in progress, but again, that's a huge need that we still have, and more nurses and health assistants if possible. I'm glad that we're getting the AVID tutors back. I heard from a few people comments about teacher supplies. It's concerning to me if there are teachers who possibly do not still have laptops. And one of the things that I've heard from multiple teachers is they're still waiting on their document cameras, which they need to do in class and Zoom. And then I wanted to share that tomorrow there is an upcoming meeting with the city of Costa Mesa for trying to decrease speeding around a lot of our campuses. Even though we have some crossing guards, there still continue to be people that are really speeding, and we're just trying to figure out a way to make it safer for kids. So that is all. Thank you.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion to
Wait.
I think it's a good idea.
Wait,
I think it's a good idea to just. I do.
Pardon me?
Adjourn.
Well,
Well, first of all, don't forget that it's going to be in Mark Buchanan's name, but go ahead, Mrs. Yelsey.
well, we can't, I'll be on mute. Go ahead, you finish and then I'll go. Are you talking?
I was talking, but I was, I'm sorry, public. I had a point and it went away.
Okay, I am not one for real late meetings, but I do think we need to take time. What is the echo? Am I echoing?
If you've got your and you're using.
Okay. Okay. I do want to take time. Last year when Martha knew she was going to be in her last year, which she wasn't going to run again. And I know she wanted to be president, and she's done this many times and has been very successful at it. She's been a great leader. But little did you know what would be happening in the next year. I'm not sure if you had known you would have wanted this job. And it's always difficult. And anybody who's been president will say, oh my God, this is something happened and it was terrible. Well, I think this year may beat everything that's happened to us. And through it all, you've been a remarkable leader to all of us. And we all appreciate it. I know you don't want to cry, keep crying and crying, but this is just, obviously you have several of these at home in recognition and distinguished and devoted service as president. And it's a gavel plaque that we want to give you. And once again, we appreciate it. It's too bad to go out like this when you couldn't have a whole public audience, when you couldn't be at schools, when we can't be out in talking to community people in person. I know that's a big part of what you love. And through it all, you've done just a remarkable job. So thank you very much.
Now I move for adjournment in the name of Mark Buchanan and all the thoughts and prayers with his family.
And I second
it. Mute.
Give me a break. Bob, we're supposed to be unmuted. Move, trustee Matoye moved and trustee Black seconded to adjourn the meeting in memory of Mark Buchanan. Again, there are two people that we don't see ever. And that is Bob back in the recording booth and Javier. Again, those two individuals are really working very hard. I know that Bob is working very hard so that we can have additional filming and systems and place. So hopefully when the new board gets seated on December 15th, they will be able to have that, but I know that they're working diligently on that. And Javier, as always, thank you very much for providing outstanding translation every single time. I don't get to listen, but I know many of you don't know that he is actually, that was his major in college, was interpretation. That's his degree. So he's really he's up there. He's big time. So again, thank you all. And I am not going to be gone. I'm just going to ignore that. I'm just going to ignore that. And so with that, adjourn the meeting. Thank you all. See you later. Hasta la vista.